Chapter 470. However, only Sun Jie and Sun Jue called him Uncle Sun or Third Uncle. The people in the underworld respectfully called him Third Brother or Third Master. Third Uncle was a very strange title. Therefore, when he heard that the other party wasn't Sun Jie or Sun Jue, Sun San had some doubts, but his wording was also a lot more polite. Uncle Sun, I'm a friend of Sun Jie. She gave me your phone number and asked me to look for you, said Yang Ming. Oh, I know. You're the one who wants to inquire about a person, right? Asked Sun San. Yes, it's me. Uncle Sun, I heard that you have news on your side. Yang Ming couldn't wait to ask. And there's some news. I also took some photos. If you have time, come take a look. Is it this person? But this person isn't called Wu Qiren. I don't know if he is the person you're looking for. Sun San said. Uncle Sun, are you free now? Yang Ming was very anxious. It should be said that he was very anxious. If he knew the whereabouts of Wu Qiren, he might know the whereabouts of Suya. In Yang Ming's heart, he always had an indescribable feeling for Suya. It was the kind of lingering and unforgettable feeling. It wasn't love, but it was purer and more persistent than love. It wasn't friendship, but it was closer than friendship and more moving. Yang Ming didn't know if he loved Suya, because in Yang Ming's memory, Suya was still a little girl. Yang Ming didn't think that he had any hobby like a lolicon. In that young age, there was no love. It could only be said that he liked or had a good impression. However, Yang Ming couldn't forget Suya. It was unforgettable. Now, well, you come to 188 Zhongjin Road. There's a private club here. You don't have a membership card. If the guard doesn't let you in, just call me. Sun San said, I will wait for you here. Okay, I will go now. Yang Ming said quickly. Can you find it? Sun San asked. You're not from here, right? I'm from Songjiang, but I have navigation. It's fine. Yang Ming said. All right, then I'll see you in the hall, Sun San said. Yang Ming didn't say goodbye to Lin Jiyun. He went downstairs alone and drove Sun Jie's Audi R8 away from the Dafa Hotel. During New Year's Day, Chen Afu and his family returned to his grandmother's house in Donghai. It just so happened that the hotel where he worked had a break, so he had 10 days of holiday. Tonight, Chen Afu and the whole family were watching TV at Grandma's house. Coincidentally, he also saw the part where Li Dagua pretended to be a ghost to scare people. Chen Afu's suppressed desire in his heart suddenly burst out. Chen Afu's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and looked at Li Dagua, who was pretending to be a ghost on the TV. Don't mention how excited he was. Bosom friends, this is fate. A series of nouns flashed in Chen Afu's mind. I can't take it anymore. Chen Afu knew that he was going to explode again. He had to go out and vent tonight. Chen Afu struggled to stay awake until his family was asleep. Then, he found a black raincoat in his grandma's broken cupboard and a pair of rubber gloves from the toilet. After doing these, Chen Afu felt that it was not enough. He went to his brother's room, which was now a utility room. After rummaging in it for a long time, he finally found a Yiksha mask that he used as a child. Chen Afu smirked. Then he tiptoed out of the house with a full set of top-grade equipment. Although Chen Afu also knew that every time he had an outburst, the perverted desire in his heart was stronger than before, but Chen Afu couldn't help it. He felt deeply in love with this perverted behavior. The desire in his heart drove him to continue on a path of no return. Chen Afu couldn't control it because it was so exciting that he couldn't extricate himself from it. Donghai should be safe, right? Chen Afu thought. Songjiang was turned upside down by me last time. The hospital was guarded by police everywhere, which made Chen Afu not dare to do anything. But now it was Donghai. I have never done a case here. There shouldn't be any police who would notice me, right? However, even if this was the case, Chen Afu didn't dare to choose a place too close to his home to commit the crime. He didn't dare to take a taxi. He was afraid that the taxi driver would suspect something afterward. Therefore, Chen Afu strolled aimlessly on the street, looking for his target. Generally speaking, hospitals, resorts, and the like were the best places for him to start. The people there were more mobile. Moreover, people sleeping in a strange place would be more or less suspicious at night. If he pretended to be a ghost to scare them, the shock effect would naturally be strong. Chun Afu could be said to have grasped the commonality of human beings and the weakness of the fear of the unknown. Seeing a ghost in one's own home and a ghost in a resort, the degree of fear was definitely different. Although Chun Afu lived in Donghai for a while when he was a child, in the past few years, Donghai, as the provincial capital city, had developed rapidly. Many streets and buildings had changed their names and shapes, so Chun Afu was also in the dark. As he walked, he came to a dilapidated alley. Chun Afu looked up and was happy. It was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. What came into view was a hotel, Dafa Hotel. Chun Afu glanced at the structure of the hotel and smiled. This kind of two-story old building could be climbed to the platform of the second floor from his side. Chun Afu's skill was dexterous. He climbed to the platform of the hotel quickly. Yangming set Zhongjin Road in the car's navigation and then followed the voice instructions to come to Zhongjin Road, number 188. The appearance here looked like a private villa. Yangming drove the car directly to the door of the villa. He didn't expect that before Yangming got off the car to explain, the security guard at the entrance of the clubhouse opened the door. Yangming found it a bit strange, but he still drove the car in. Maybe they also recognized Sun Jie's car, just like the last time at Sun Jie's company. Yangming parked the car in the parking lot. When he got off, a middle-aged man happened to come down from Mercedes-Benz S600 next to him. The middle-aged man's gaze stopped on Yangming's car and then stopped on Yangming's face. "I am Sun San, the person you're looking for." Sun San looked at Yangming with a complicated look in his eyes. Sun San naturally recognized that Yangming's car was Sun Jie's, and this was what surprised him. Yes, Sun Jie's car had never been lent to a man to drive. Sun San was clear about Sun Jie's past, so he naturally knew that the miss hated men. Now, Sun Jie's car was lent to a young man to drive. What did this mean? Moreover, Sun Jie would hardly trouble him to do anything. This time, Sun Jie had told him several times to do his best for this young man. This couldn't help but make Sun San suspicious. "Uncle Sun." Yangming was stunned, and then he thought that Sun San might have recognized Sun Jie's car, so he smiled and said, "I am Yangming. Nice to meet you." "Hello." Sun San took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Yangming. Sun San wasn't usually so warm to people. He was only polite to people from the Sun family. The reason why he was so polite to Yangming now was that he had doubts about the identity of Yangming. What was the relationship between him and the miss? Looking at the situation, from Sun Jie's approach, she definitely wasn't just an ordinary friend relationship with this young man named Yangming. This person might be the future son-in-law of the Sun family, the future helmsman of the Sun family. It was because Sun San was also very clear about Sun Jiwei's situation. He was a hopeless person. The Sun family couldn't count on him in the future. Although Sun Jie was very capable and strong, she was still a woman after all. The Sun family still needed a man to support it. Therefore, this was the fundamental reason why Sun San was so polite to Yangming. Yangming also saw that the identity of this old man wasn't simple. When he saw him shaking hands with him, he quickly reached out and lowered his body to shake hands with him. No matter what the status of this old man was, since he was Sun Jie's elder, Yangming had to lower his posture, not to mention asking for help. "Let's go in and talk." Sun San shook hands with Yangming and pointed to the clubhouse. This clubhouse doesn't seem to have many people. Yangming looked at the empty parking lot and asked, "This is the Sun family's private clubhouse. Only people with a membership card can come in." Sun San explained, "You could come in just now because the guard saw the missed car." If that's the case, Yangming nodded and confirmed his thoughts. He walked into the clubhouse with Sun San. Chapter 471. Walking into the clubhouse, Sun San took Yangming to a VIP private room. It could be seen that the waiters in the clubhouse were very respectful to Sun San, and they were also very polite to Yangming. From this point of view, this should be the industry that the Sun family invested in. "Master San, Mr. Yang, please come in." The waiter opened the door of the private room and said respectfully, "Okay, you can leave. I will call you again if there is anything." Sun San nodded and said to the waiter, "Okay, Master San." The waiter bowed and left. Yang Ming sat on the sofa next to the coffee table in the private room with Sun San. Mr. Yang, can you see if this is the person? Sun San put a package on the coffee table and said, the photo you provided us was taken a few years ago. This person looks different now, but the outline is similar. Yang Ming couldn't wait to open the package and took out the photo inside. Yang Ming's brows suddenly frowned. Yes, this person must be Wu Qiren. His appearance had been deeply engraved in Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming would never forget it for the rest of his life. Although Wu Qiren was fatter than before, his face was round and his stomach was fat, but the general appearance hadn't changed. It was Sun San's first time seeing Wu Qiren. Maybe the person in the photo didn't overlap with the person in reality. This person isn't called Wu Qiren. According to the investigation of the brothers, this person's name is Mei Rini, said Sun San. What? Yang Ming was shocked. He almost threw the photo in his hand to the ground. Mei Rini? Even if he is Mei Rini? Sun San saw Yang Ming's expression and was very puzzled. What's wrong? Do you know this Mei Rini? I don't know, but I'm looking for him. Yang Ming nodded and said, are you sure this person is called Mei Rini? I don't know if his real name is Mei Rini, but many people in the underworld know him. He's a subordinate of the Four Snakes Gang's boss, Cobra. He is almost like a military advisor, said Sun San. Four Snakes Gang. Yang Ming sneered. That's right. It was him. Who have thought that Wu Qiren is Mei Rini? And these two are the same person. What? You have enmity with this Mei Rini? Sun San asked curiously. Haha, it can be said that enemies often cross paths. I didn't expect that these two people were the same person. How could there be such a coincidence? Yang Ming smiled and said, this is good. It saved me a lot of trouble. Mr. Yang, I don't know what your identity is, but I still want to remind you that this Mei Rini is very favored in front of Cobra. If you want to touch him, I'm afraid Cobra won't agree. Sun San reminded, he is Cobra's money tree. Cobra? Is he called Brother Snake? Asked Yang Ming. And the people in the underworld call him that. But for me, he is just a junior. If there's anything you need help with, you can ask. With Sun San's current identity, he wouldn't easily promise anything to anyone. However, seeing Sun Jie's attitude toward Yang Ming, Sun San still instructed. This was also because of Sun Jie's face. Brother Snake? He won't agree. I'm afraid it's not up to him. Yang Ming sneered twice after listening. Sun San's face didn't have any other expression, but his heart was very shocked. The Four Snakes Gang was definitely nothing compared to the Sun family, but they were also a second-rate gang in Donghai. The young man in front of him didn't seem to put the Four Snakes Gang in his eyes. This couldn't help but make Sun San surprised. Well, if you need anything, you can call me, Sun San said calmly. Thank you. Yang Ming nodded to Sun San. I'm very grateful for this matter. You're welcome. You are a friend of the young lady. Sun San looked at Yang Ming and said faintly. Yang Ming didn't understand what Sun San was actually hinting at. He was just a little puzzled. Your young lady has so many friends. If she were to trouble you, wouldn't you be busy every day? Today, Yang Ming's heart was particularly at ease. Not only did he know the whereabouts of Wu Qiren, but he also knew that Mei Rini was actually Wu Qiren. That's good. I don't have to waste a second time. I can settle the new and old accounts together. Looking at Yang Ming's Audi, R8 disappearing into the night, Sun San fell into contemplation. After a long while, he took out the phone and dialed a number. Hello? Old San, what's the matter? A calm voice asked. Of course, only Sun Hongjun or Sun Qingjun could call Sun San like this. At this moment, the person who answered the phone was Sun Hongjun, the current head of the Sun family. Master, there is something I want to tell you, said Sun San. Is it important? If it's not important, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm tired and have already rested. Sun Hongjun said faintly. It's about the young lady, Sun San said quickly. Oh. Sun Hongjun's voice immediately rose a little. For Sun Jie's matters, he was still very concerned as a father. What's the matter? Say it. A while ago, the young lady asked me to help find a person in Donghai. I didn't care at the time, so I ordered the people below to do it. Sun San said slowly, but the young lady urged me many times. She said that it was about a very good friend of hers. She asked me to hurry up, so I used the power of our family. And continue. Sun Hong-jun said that he was listening very carefully. In less than a day, that person was found. Said Sun-san. What's the matter? Such a small thing. You don't have to report to me in the future. Little Jia has grown up. As long as it's not too much, I don't object. You can check for me. I'm relieved. Sun Hong-jun shook his head and smiled. No, master, I just talked about the general situation first. I just saw the young lady's friend in the private clubhouse on Zhongjin Road. Sun-san continued. It's a young man. Oh, Sun Hong-jun was interested. A man? How old is he? He seems to be about the same age as the young lady, but I didn't inquire about the specifics. Sun-san replied. And I know. Little Jia should make some friends of the opposite sex. Sun Hong-jun said calmly. Master, I think it should be more than an ordinary friend of the opposite sex. The man drove the young lady's Audi R8, and the young lady also said that he is a very good friend. Sun-san added quickly. Really? Sun Hong-jun pondered for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. Sun-san didn't dare to answer. He just waited on the other side of the phone. After a while, he heard Sun Hong-jun continue. What's the man's name? What does he do? The man is called Yang Ming. I don't know what he does. It is said that he is from Songjiang. Sun-san replied. Check. Check this person named Yang Ming and tell me. Sun Hong-jun ordered. I understand, master. Sun-san promised. Don't do anything after you find out. Sun Hong-jun instructed. I understand. Sun-san nodded. He had been the butler of the Sun family for so many years. He naturally knew what to do and what not to do. On the way, Yang Ming called Sun Jia to express his gratitude. Sun Jia smiled indifferently. You want to thank me, right? Then promise me one thing. What? Yang Ming was in a good mood today and asked, as long as I can do it, just say it. I can't say it now, but I'll take it as you promise. Sun Jia said, you haven't said what it is yet. How can I promise? Yang Ming had some doubts in his heart. This Sun Jia, is she digging a hole for me to jump into? But you just said it yourself. If you can do it, just let me say it. Sun Jia said, you can do this, and it's easy. Okay. Yang Ming thought about it and nodded. In any case, Sun Jia had helped him a lot. If she really had something to ask of him, then he really couldn't refuse. That's fine. Call me when you go back to Songjiang. Sun Jia said, I have a call coming in here. Let's talk later? Okay, goodbye. Yang Ming put down the phone. Sun Jia hung up the phone and picked up the call that was in the waiting state. Little Jia, it's your dad. Sun Hongjuan's voice came from a phone. Oh, Dad, it's so late. Why are you calling me? Sun Jia asked with some doubts. You should be asleep at this time, right? I miss you, so I called you. Can't I? Sun Hongjun laughed heartily. Chapter 472. Yes, why not? Although Sun Jia said so, she felt weird in her heart. What happened to my dad today? Little Jia, do you remember Guodong Chuan, the son of Jiduan City's Guojin Biao? Sun Hongjun said, today, Guojin Biao called me again. Guodong Chuan is very satisfied with you. When are you going to meet again? No need, right? I'm not satisfied with him. Sun Jia directly refused. Can you not mention this? Little Jia, you're not young anymore. Even if you don't get married, you should find a boyfriend first. I think Guodong Chuan is not bad. He looks talented. He's a good match for you. Dad, how can Guojin Biao be the same as our family? Sun Jia said with some annoyance. Although our family is involved in the underworld, we're just manipulating behind the scenes. His family is pure underworld. Isn't that the same? Sun Hongjun smiled. It's hard for you to find another existence like our Sun family. How can it be so easy to be a behind-the-scenes boss? Dad, anyway, I don't like him. Don't mention this again. Sun Jia said with some impatience. Little Jia, then do you have a boyfriend? You don't like Guodong Chuan? Sun Hongjun asked tentatively. I have a boyfriend? Who did you hear it from? Sun Jia was stunned. It has nothing to do with this. If I don't have a boyfriend, it's impossible to be with Guodong Chuan. If you don't have a boyfriend, you could try to consider Guodong Chuan, right? He has gone to Songjiang to find you. Sun Hongjun said. What? You asked him to come? Sun Jia was a little depressed. Why did I ask this guy to come? It's not me. He wanted to go by himself. Sun Hong Jun smiled. However, if you have a boyfriend, you can reject him legitimately. Forget it. Let him come. Sun Jie shook her head. The current situation in Songjiang is so unclear. He still dares to come? Isn't he afraid of being hacked to death? The word hacked to death came out of Sun Jie's mouth without any pause. It could be imagined what Sun Jie had heard and witnessed since she was a child. This is not clear. His identity is indeed very sensitive. He is different from you. Although you are my daughter, you have always been in Songjiang, and you are a girl. If Guodongchuan wants to go, then it's hard to say. Sun Hongjun smiled. This old fox probably wasn't optimistic about the relationship between Guodongchuan and Sun Jie, so he was so indifferent about Guodongchuan going to Songjiang. Right, I asked Yang Li to pass a message to Bao Sanli. However, it seems that the power structure of Songjiang is very strange. Although Bao Sanli is in charge, his words don't seem to count. Sun Jie said, I found out that the legal name of the Mingyang company is Ho Jinhan. He is the second in command of the gang. Well, I have also heard of this. You continue to follow up on this matter and see if you can draw them in. This will be of great benefit to our position in Donghai. When it comes to business, Sun Hongjun also changed his tone. I know. I will continue to inquire. Bao Sanli hasn't replied yet, said Sun Jie. Lin Jiyun was very tired today. She was about to fall asleep in bed when she suddenly heard a few regular dang, dang, dang sounds of glass being knocked on. In the beginning, Lin Jiyun didn't care, but this sound was too strange. It was as if it was in her ears, and it kept echoing. Dang, 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 dang. Lin Jiyun opened her sleepy eyes in a daze and looked in the direction of the sound. It didn't matter when she looked. God, a ghost face was sticking to the window of her room, using its yellow palm to knock on the window regularly. Lin Jiyun screamed. Her sleepiness was gone all of a sudden. She looked out of the window in horror. Chen Afu made a strange laugh. This laugh was specially practiced by him. If one were to listen to it alone, it would sound very strange, but when combined with the current situation, it was extremely frightening. Lin Jiyun looked at the unknown thing outside the window in horror. She shivered on the bed and wanted to scream, but she didn't dare to scream. She was afraid of provoking the anger of that thing. G. There was another burst of weird laughter. Chun Afu searched for a target for a long time before he found Lin Jiyun, a single woman. The other rooms were either men or couples. It wasn't suitable for Chun Afu to commit crimes. It was cool to scare some weak people. When Chun Afu saw Lin Jiyun's pale and frightened face, the pleasure in his heart was indescribable. Lin Jiyun had just watched the clip of Li Dagua pretending to be a ghost in the rural romance movie. She was already a little scared. Now, such a ghost thing suddenly appeared on the window. Lin Jiyun was even more scared. Am I so unlucky? I just watched a horror movie and I really saw a ghost. Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun shouted subconsciously. She now hoped that Yang Ming could appear in front of her. Right? This person in front of me can't be Yang Ming pretending to be a ghost, right? Thinking of this, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but hesitate. In theory, this possibility didn't exist. Yang Ming wouldn't pretend to be a ghost to scare her. Her intuition told Lin Jiyun that Yang Ming wasn't such a bored person. However, Lin Jiyun had also read in a novel that a man and a woman were a couple who went out to play together. The two people stayed in a hotel room, but the relationship between the two people wasn't close enough to share a bed. Therefore, the male protagonist took the initiative to propose to sleep in the bathroom, so the two went to sleep separately. But the male protagonist was unwilling. He had been planning for a long time. He wanted to take advantage of this trip to play and take another step forward with the relationship with the female protagonist. So, he thought of a very dirty way, which was to pretend to be a ghost to scare people. So in the middle of the night, he wore a strange costume and pretended to be a ghost. He jumped in front of the hotel window to scare people, scaring the female protagonist. In this way, when the female protagonist was extremely scared and didn't dare to sleep alone, she could only ask the male protagonist for help. The male lead swaggered onto the scene. In order to comfort the female lead's wounded heart, he openly slept on the same bed as the female lead. Then, naturally, something happened. So, thinking of this, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but think. Was this planned by Yang Ming? However, this possibility seems to be very slim. Yang Ming, he shouldn't be so dirty, right? However, Lin Jiyun was still skeptical and asked tentatively, Yang Ming, is it you? Ha ha ha. Chen Afu naturally couldn't hear what Lin Jiyun was saying. Seeing that she spoke, he scared her again. Yang Ming, is it you? Lin Jiyun asked in horror, if you want to sleep on the bed, you can just say it. There is no need to be like this. Yang Ming? Ha ha ha. Chen Afu continued to laugh wildly and made a variety of strange movements. Who are you? Lin Jiyun saw that the thing outside the window didn't answer, and she began to be afraid again. Yang Ming, stop playing. I'll let you go to bed. Lin Jiyun's voice had a sobbing tone. She really hoped that this thing in front of her was Yang Ming in disguise. But unfortunately, the thing in front of her didn't listen to her. He was still dancing wildly. Lin Jiyun's sweat had wet her clothes. Kata. The door of the room made a sound. Lin Jiyun shivered again. It can't be, right? This thing came in? But he is now on the window of the room. Jiyun, are you calling me? Yang Ming heard Lin Jiyun's voice in the corridor, so he quickly walked to the door of the room and opened the door. Because Chen Afu was now behind the hotel, when Yang Ming parked the car downstairs, he didn't notice that there was another person on the second floor. Yang Ming? Lin Jiyun's voice changed. There was unspeakable joy, but there was also some worry. This damn thing really isn't Yang Ming in disguise. Then what is it? Lin Jiyun pointed to the window and shouted to Yang Ming, Yang Ming, you come quickly. What is that thing? It scared me. Yang Ming quickly looked up in the direction of Lin Jiyun's finger. He saw a ghost face on the window. He didn't know what it was shouting. Yang Ming wasn't as timid as Lin Jiyun. When he saw the guy on the window, he couldn't help but frown. He looked directly with his special ability. Yang Ming was amused when he saw it. It's actually you again. Chapter 473. Chen Afu. It's you again. Motherfucker, you pretended to be a ghost and came to my door again? It seems that you really need to be taught a lesson. If I don't beat you up, you won't feel comfortable, right? In the room, Lin Jiyun didn't turn on the light, so she saw Chen Afu outside very clearly with the moonlight. However, when Chen Afu outside saw her, it wasn't so clear. So, when Yang Ming came into the room, Chen Afu didn't see clearly. He still did what he wanted to do to scare people. Yang Ming went straight to the window and knocked on the window a few times. Chen Afu was stunned. I was just enjoying scaring people. Why did Yang Ming suddenly appear? When Chen Afu saw Yang Ming, his legs and stomach would cramp. This guy is really my nemesis. Every time I see him, nothing good happens. Moreover, the most unfortunate thing was that Yang Ming didn't seem to be afraid of ghosts at all. He didn't care about his current image at all. Chen Afu was so scared that he almost tripped and fell down the stairs. Fortunately, he was holding the rainwater pipe on the window of the second floor. Otherwise, he would probably be half dead. Yang Ming took advantage of the time when Chen Afu was in a daze. He opened the window of the room and jumped on the window. Then, he kicked over and kicked Chen Afu directly downstairs. Fortunately, this small second floor wasn't very high. Chen Afu fell down and landed on the shed below. He didn't suffer much damage. However, he couldn't escape with bruises all over his body. Yang Ming jumped directly from the window. This height was a piece of cake for Yang Ming. When he came to Chen Afu's side, Yang Ming raised his hand and lifted him up. He said coldly, "Motherfucker, why are you next to my window? Are you itching for a beating?" "Woo, I'm a ghost." Although Chen Afu knew that Yang Ming wasn't afraid of ghosts, he still shouted subconsciously, "Get lost. Don't do these useless things with me." Yang Ming aimed at Chen Afu's butt and kicked it until Chen Afu screamed, "What are you doing by my window? I'll ask you one more time." Yang Ming asked fiercely, I'm just scaring people." Although Chen Afu's current identity was that of a ghost, he was still afraid of someone as unreasonable as Yang Ming. He couldn't even speak properly. Scaring people? Yang Ming was stunned. Did this kid have nothing better to do? On such a cold day, did he come out to scare people by pretending to be a ghost? It didn't seem possible, right? It could be seen that Chun Afyu was quite afraid of him. It was impossible for him to come here just to scare him. That meant that Chun Afyu was just randomly scaring people. If the first time at the West Star Mountain Resort, Chun Afyu had threatened Chun Mingyan in order to retaliate against him, that was still acceptable. But now, thinking of this, Yang Ming frowned and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes." "No, I don't know." "Master, how would I know who you are?" Chun Afyu almost spilled the beans and quickly changed his words. He didn't dare to admit that he was Chun Afyu. If Yang Ming knew that he was Chun Afyu, he would beat him half to death. "If you don't know, why did you scare my wife?" Yang Ming glared and scolded him. "How would I know that she is your wife? I just found a random person to scare." Chun Afyu smiled bitterly. He said in his heart, "Why am I so unlucky? I actually met Yang Ming. Randomly found? Are you crazy? You didn't sleep at night and came out to scare people? Is it fun?" Yang Ming said angrily, "It's okay." Chun Afyu didn't dare to answer that it was fun, but he also didn't dare to answer that it wasn't fun. He had to give an ambiguous answer. "It's okay. I think you are really crazy." Yang Ming scolded and slapped Chun Afyu again, almost knocking off the mask on his face. Chun Afyu was so scared that his heart trembled. "Master, please forgive me." Chun Afyu almost knelt down in front of Yang Ming. "Go upstairs with me." Yang Ming grabbed Chun Afyu and said coldly. He lifted his leg and walked in the direction of the hotel. "Master, what are you going to do to me? I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me." Chun Afyu exclaimed. "Go and apologize to my wife. Otherwise, I will stuff you into the dish." Yang Ming glared at him and said, "I will go. I will go now, as long as you don't beat me." Chun Afyu nodded quickly. He didn't see how much effort Yang Ming put in, but he quickly took Chun Afyu to the door of the room on the second floor. In the hotel, the lady boss had already dozed off, so no one noticed Yang Ming. Chun Afyu looked at Yang Ming, who carried him like a chicken. He was secretly shocked. Isn't this Yang Ming's strength too big? Yang Ming carried Chun Afyu into the room and threw Chun Afyu on the floor. Chun Afyu suddenly fell flat on his face. When Yang Ming went down to catch the ghost, Lin Jiyun had been looking outside from the window. When she saw Yang Ming subduing the ghost, Lin Jiyun also faintly understood something. That is, this ghost was disguised as a human. Now that she saw Yang Ming carrying a fake ghost up, she was somewhat inexplicable. Although she knew that this ghost was fake, she still timidly took a few steps back. "What are you thinking about?" Yang Ming kicked Chun Afyu's butt again and scolded. "I asked you to come up. Are you sleeping?" "Ah." Chun Afyu was kicked until his anus almost cracked, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He had to endure the pain and begged, "Big sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't pretend to be a ghost to scare you. Fuck." Yang Ming kicked again and said unhappily, "You call me grandpa and call her big sister. She's my wife. Aren't you giving me a random order? Do you want to be kicked?" No, don't kick anymore. If you kick me again, I will die." Chun Afyu quickly said, Grandma, I was wrong. I beg you to forgive me." "Okay, get out of here." Yang Ming didn't wait for Chun Afyu to get up by himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw him out of the window and closed the window. He no longer cared about Chun Afyu's life or death. There was a reason why Yang Ming dragged Chun Afyu up to apologize to Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun had just been frightened. Although she probably knew that this ghost was pretended by a person, the effect wasn't as good as the person who pretended to be a ghost admitting it personally. In order not to leave any shadow in Lin Jiyun's heart, Yang Ming dragged Chun Afyu up. "You just threw him out like that. Will he fall to his death?" Lin Jiyun looked at Chun Afyu, who flew out of the window, and couldn't help but ask with some worry, "You still care about him? Well, he scared you. Why didn't he worry about you?" Yang Ming said indifferently, "Why did he want to scare me?" Lin Jiyun still had some lingering fear. "Who knows? Is he crazy?" Yang Ming snorted. "I'm sorry, Jiyun. I'm late. I'll let you be frightened." Yang Ming's words made Lin Jiyun very ashamed. Yang Ming was such a decent person. How could he do such a dirty thing like pretending to be a ghost? I just wanted to accuse the ghost of being pretended by Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Lin Jiyun's face was hot. She said with some embarrassment, "It's my own fault. I was actually scared by a fake ghost. Well, it's over. That guy won't dare to come again. Go to sleep." Yang Ming smiled and said, "I'm sleepy too." After that, Yang Ming walked in the direction of the sofa. "Yang Ming." Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming's back as he turned around and suddenly shouted, "What?" Yang Ming turned around and looked at Lin Jiyun and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing." Lin Jiyun bit her lip and didn't speak. "Then go to bed early." As Yang Ming said this, he came to the sofa, sat on it, and closed his eyes. Lin Jiyun lay on the bed, but she couldn't sleep. Although she knew that the ghost was pretended by someone, there was still some discomfort in her heart. This was like watching a horror movie. Obviously, she knew that it was purely fictional, but after watching it, she was still scared. Lin Jiyun lay on the bed, tossing and turning. When she closed her eyes, she saw Chun Afyu's scary ghost face and big yellow palm. Lin Jiyun took a long breath. Her heart was beating so fast that she couldn't sleep peacefully. It seemed that what was written in the novel was really reasonable. Lin Jiyun now had an impulse to let Yang Ming accompany her to sleep. Moreover, this idea was very strong. After hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered up the courage. "Can you sleep with me?" Lin Jiyun asked softly with a red face. Chapter 474. Yang Ming didn't sleep. He was thinking about Mei Reni and Wu Qiren. When he heard Lin Jiyun talking to him, he subconsciously replied, "In," but he didn't hear what Lin Jiyun said. "What did you say?" "Can you come and sleep with me?" Lin Jiyun clenched her teeth and repeated it. "Huh?" Yang Ming was stunned and asked, "Me and you? Sleep together?" I mean to sleep in the same bed." Seeing that Yang Ming seemed to have misunderstood something, Lin Jiyun quickly explained. "One bed." Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun. "Isn't one bed the same as sleeping together?" I'm afraid." Lin Jiyun hesitated and said, "I don't dare to sleep by myself. Can you lie next to me?" "Poochie." Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun's shy and cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. "So you are afraid. You're still making fun of me." Lin Jiyun said with some anger, "It's fine if you don't want to accompany me." "Who said I don't want to accompany you? You're my girlfriend. Naturally, I have to accompany you." Yang Ming said seriously. "This Chun Afyu, he appeared at the right time. Isn't this creating an opportunity for me?" "Who's your girlfriend?" Lin Jiyun whispered. "Aren't you?" Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked at Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun didn't know how to answer Yang Ming's question. The relationship between the two people was very complicated. It didn't seem to be a couple, but what if it wasn't? The two people were now a couple in name. It seemed that in reality, they were like a couple. "Oh, then I'll ask Uncle Lin. What is the relationship between the two of us?" Yang Ming smiled. "Annoying." Lin Jiyun glared at Yang Ming. "That's good. You can come up, but you're not allowed to take off your clothes." "Take off my clothes? It's so cold, and the heating in this hotel isn't good. Do you think I like to run around naked?" Yang Ming said helplessly. "Then you come up." Lin Jiyun nodded and said. Yang Ming smiled, lifted the quilt, got on the bed, and lay side by side with Lin Jiyun. "You won't move around when you sleep, right?" Lin Jiyun asked carefully. "I've always been very honest when I sleep. Do you want to learn from Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai and put a bowl of water between us?" Yang Ming joked. "No need, but I don't sleep well," Lin Jiyun said in a low voice. Yang Ming was helpless after listening. Lin Jiyun, under her seemingly stubborn and strong appearance, there seems to be a cute side to her. The childish Lin Jiyun made Yang Ming feel more intimate, and he had an impulse to love her. Feeling the breath of Yang Ming beside her, Lin Jiyun finally fell asleep. Looking at Lin Jiyun, who was breathing evenly and sleeping soundly with a smile on her mouth, Yang Ming shook his head with some emotion. Finally, one day, I can share a bed with her again. Although the relationship between the two people hadn't broken through to that step, but at least it showed that Lin Jiyun had accepted me in her heart. In fact, what Yang Ming was most afraid of was that the incident at the beginning would leave a psychological shadow on Lin Jiyun and make her unhappy. Therefore, after Yang Ming knew Lin Jiyun's true identity, he didn't expose it. Since Lin Jiyun wanted to hide it, then he would cooperate with her. In the beginning, when Yang Ming contacted Lin Jiyun, he was careful, fearing that she would be disgusted with him. But with the passage of time, it seemed that Lin Jiyun had let go of the previous resentment. Today, he could sleep with her. This was a good sign. It proved that Lin Jiyun had no defense against him in her heart and had begun to accept him. He couldn't help but touch Lin Jiyun's smiling face with his hand. Yang Ming also fell asleep in happiness. Since the beginning of Fang Tian's training, Yang Ming woke up early every morning. Of course, except for the holidays. During the holidays, Yang Ming subconsciously indulged himself. And Yang Ming was shocked to find that there was a person in his arms. At this moment, Lin Jiyun was curled up in Yang Ming's arms, sleeping soundly. One of her legs was riding on Yang Ming, making Yang Ming dumbfounded. Yang Ming tried to move his body, but Lin Jiyun wasn't willing. She snorted and murmured, "Don't move, cold." Yang Ming was a little confused. He didn't know if he should get up quickly before Lin Jiyun woke up, or continue to hold Lin Jiyun like this. Of course, in Yang Ming's heart, he was more inclined to hold Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming didn't want to let go of a rare opportunity to get close to her. Besides, Yang Ming himself enjoyed holding Lin Jiyun very much. However, if Lin Jiyun woke up in a while, then it would be a bit troublesome. Yang Ming hesitated. His mind turned quickly, and he finally came up with a more bad idea. That was to pretend to sleep and let Lin Jiyun wake up first. Thinking of this, Yang Ming closed his eyes again. He first covered Lin Jiyun with a quilt. His hands held Lin Jiyun's body in his arms again, and he pretended to sleep. Unknowingly, Yang Ming really fell asleep again. When he woke up again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at his side. Lin Jiyun was no longer there. Looking at the two quilts on his body, Yang Ming shook his head. It must be Lin Jiyun who covered me. But when did she wake up? Why don't I have any impression of it? It seems like going back to sleep is really harmful. However, this is also good. It saves some embarrassment. I don't know what Lin Jiyun's expression will be when she sees me hugging her when she wakes up. Yang Ming got up and found that Lin Jiyun wasn't in the room. She must have gone to Lin Changqing's place. Yang Ming went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he put on his coat and went out of the room. Sure enough, Lin Jiyun was watching TV in Lin Changqing's room. When she saw Yang Ming come in, her face was slightly flushed. "Yang Ming, you're awake? Did you sleep well last night?" Yang Ming asked as if he didn't know anything. "I was fine," Lin Jiyun said with some embarrassment. "Last night, I didn't squeeze you, right?" Yang Ming smiled. No. Lin Jiyun looked at her father next to her and gave Yang Ming a look, asking him not to say such embarrassing words. "That's good, but I seem to have a dream. I dreamed that I was being ridden like a horse." Yang Ming scratched his head and pretended to be casual. "Ha ha ha." As soon as Yang Ming's voice fell, Lin Changqing laughed. Needless to say, it must be Ji Yun's doing. This girl has been sleeping restlessly since she was a child. Her legs always press on her mother's body, and her mother always had such a dream. "Dad." Lin Jiyun looked at her father and quickly stopped him. "Don't say it. I'm not like that." Hee. Yang Ming isn't an outsider. What can't you say? Lin Changqing waved his hand. Okay. Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun was already very embarrassed, so he gave up the idea of continuing to make fun of her. He changed the topic and said, "Jiyun, Uncle Lin, have you eaten?" "I have eaten breakfast. I bought the soy milk in the morning market downstairs. I haven't eaten lunch yet, so I don't have much appetite." Lin Changqing said, "Yang Ming, how is my matter?" "Don't worry, Uncle Lin. I have found a photo of Mei Rini. It should be easy to find him now." Yang Ming saw Lin Changqing's look and knew that he was worried about his matter. If this matter wasn't solved, he couldn't eat in peace. That's good. Lin Changqing nodded. Yang Ming accompanied Lin Jiyun to watch TV for a while. After receiving a phone call, he got up and went to Ho Jinhan's room. It could be seen that Ho Jinhan had just woken up not long ago. His eyes were still red. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I slept for so long. Yesterday, I drank with Big Cannon until midnight." Ho Jinhan saw Yang Ming come in and said quickly, "Big Ho, what are you talking about? You want to do something for me. What's wrong with sleeping a little more?" Yang Ming waved his hand. "Next time, you don't have to be so polite with me." "That can't be done, Brother Yang. There must be a distinction between us. You are my boss." Ho Jinhan's words were interrupted by Yang Ming before he finished speaking. "Okay, Big Ho, don't say this. How does the matter?" Yang Ming asked, "Did you find the headquarters of the Four Snakes gang?" "I did find some information, but I don't know which sentence of that guy is true." Ho Jinhan frowned. Chapter 475. This person is very cunning. His words are very flippant. I don't know which sentence is true. Yesterday, he bragged to me as if he was the best in the world. Ho Jinhan shook his head and said, "I am not very sure where the headquarters of the Four Snakes gang is, but the Four Snakes gang has 3 slightly larger industries in Donghai. One is the Jin Chunlai Bath Center in the north of the city, the other is the Juju Disco Bar in the city center, and the other is the game hall upstairs in the Donghai Shopping Center." If what he said is true, then this is enough. Yang Ming listened to Ho Jinhan's words and said with a smile, "Yeah, if their industries are these 3, then the answer is obvious." Ho Jinhan also nodded with a smile. "Jin Chunlai Bath Center." Yang Ming and Ho Jinhan said at the same time, "Yes, in these 3 industries, the game hall above the Donghai Shopping Center could not be the headquarters of a gang. It could only be a revenue-generating business site. The rest were the Jin Chunlai Bath Center and the Juju Disco Bar. However, in terms of geographical location, the city center was a bustling area. Relatively speaking, the management of public security was much stricter than other places. If there were some idle people for a long time, they would definitely be attacked. The Jin Chunlai Bath Center in the north of the city was different. It was a relatively remote place, so the attack was naturally weaker than the city center. It was suitable for some gang members to stay here. Of course, there was another important reason. That was, the Four Snakes gang was not a big gang, and the city center was generally the territory controlled by the big gangs. Therefore, even if the Four Snakes gang had industries in the city center, they would not set up their headquarters in the city center. It was equivalent to openly provoking others, and there would not be any good results. Therefore, it could be seen that the headquarters of the Four Snakes gang must be the Jin Chunlai Bath Center. Of course, this was under the premise that Big Pow did not lie. "What did he tell you?" Yang Ming hesitated and asked. "We drank too much and chatted together. He bragged to me, and I echoed his bragging. Later, he bragged more and more, so he told me some of the things in their gang. For example, he made a great contribution. Brother Snake invited him to eat and then entertained him at the bath center, which was the Jin Chunlai Bath Center. Of course, it's all just a few words. I asked him indirectly." Ho Jinhan said, "Jin Chunlai Bath Center." Yang Ming nodded. "I got it. Brother Yang, do you need me to call people for Songjian to help?" Ho Jinhan asked, "With our current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the Four Snakes gang. Forget it, I have other ways." Yang Ming waved his hand. "Come here." "It's not difficult to destroy the Four Snakes gang, but I'm afraid that it will cause dissatisfaction among the other gangs. After all, we have crossed the line. It won't be good if they gang up and attack us." "That's true." Ho Jinhan nodded and thought so. This was what he was afraid of now. "Right. Sun Jie contacted you through Yangli, right?" asked Yang Ming. Bao Sanli called me and told me. I also told him to be polite." Ho Jinhan said, "I didn't say much. I just said that she has a relationship with Mr. Y. Although Bao Sanli's character is relatively rough, he should have heard my implication. And that's good." Yang Ming said he took out the portfolio that Sun San handed to him last night and handed it to Ho Jinhan. "This person is Mei Rini. The Sun family's butler handed it to me yesterday. It should be more accurate. What do you need me to do?" Ho Jinhan asked immediately. His heart was horrified. Yang Ming can actually order the Sun family's butler? It seems that the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jie is really unusual. I will deal with the Four Snakes Gang's headquarters, but you have to send someone to watch the remaining properties of the Four Snakes Gang to see if there is any news of this person. Yang Ming instructed. I understand. I will send someone to do it. Ho Jinhan nodded. Well, I'm going out to do something. You should be careful. Don't expose your identity. Song Jiang has just stabilized. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. After explaining some things to Ho Jinhan, Yang Ming immediately drove to the Jin Chunlai Bath Center in the north of the city. After setting up the route navigation, Yang Ming drove to a red light according to the voice prompt. Seeing that the signal light turned green, Yang Ming wanted to start the car. Suddenly, a yellow Lamborghini came from behind him. The front of the car stopped directly in front of Yang Ming's car. Creak, it stopped. Yang Ming was stunned. He looked at the Lamborghini in front of the car with some surprise. I don't seem to have provoked anyone in Donghai, right? Moreover, it seems that the people who could drive this kind of car are also rich people. Yang Ming didn't know many of them. Could it be that they think I am Sun Jie? Yang Ming thought about it. The automatic door of the Lamborghini in front of him slowly opened. A young man wearing sunglasses jumped out of the car. He was wearing a fortune-telling suit and a thick gold chain on his hand. This person arrogantly walked to the front of Yang Ming's Audi R8. He patted Yang Ming's car hood and gestured a middle finger gesture. Yang Ming frowned. This person obviously saw me through the windshield, but why is he still gesturing to me? Could it be that he found the wrong person? Is he here for me? In this case, Yang Ming didn't need to endure it. The other person's car was in front of him, and he was arrogantly gesturing to him. Yang Ming wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. He directly opened the door and got out of the car. You come out, the young man said arrogantly. Who are you? Yang Ming frowned and asked. I don't seem to know you, right? But I know you. The young man smiled with his arms crossed. Do you know me? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. He carefully looked at the person in front of him. He didn't seem to have any impression. Of course, the young master of the Sun family. Even if I don't know you, I know your car. I saw your sister drive it before. The young man said with certainty. Did your sister lend the car to you? What do you mean by my sister? Are you talking about Sun Jie? You made a mistake. I'm not the young master of the Sun family. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that this guy said that he was the young master of the Sun family with a car. The young master of the Sun family. Could it be Sun Jiwei? Sun Jiwei, don't pretend. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. The only male descendant of the Sun family turned out to be such a coward. The young man laughed. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I said, you must have made a mistake. I'm not Sun Jiwei. Yang Ming said with some helplessness. Is Sun Jiwei as handsome as me? Huh, I have long heard that you are a coward. Don't pretend. I know you're Sun Jiwei. The young man said with certainty. If you weren't Sun Jiwei, would your sister lend you the car? I heard that your sister has a rule. She never lends the car to a man. Of course, if you were her brother, then there must be an exception. Yang Ming was a little dizzy. Sun Jie has this rule? Why haven't I heard of it? Did he manage to borrow the car so easily? Sun Jie didn't hesitate. Is this just a rumor? Generally, beautiful women with status have a lot of rumors. It seems that Sun Jie also belongs to this list. This little brother, I'm really not Sun Jiwei. Do you think I look like that idiot? Yang Ming could only smile bitterly now. Don't think that if you scold yourself, I will believe you. All is fair in war. You won't lose anything even if you scold yourself. You can't lose anything. The young man said proudly. You don't have to pretend. I know you're Sun Jiwei. Yang Ming was really helpless. How did I meet such a strange guy? Do I look like Sun Jiwei? Well, then let's say that I am Sun Jiwei. Are you okay? Can you go away? I still have things to do. Yang Ming said with some impatience. You finally admitted it. The young man was happy as if he had done a great thing. Let's get to know each other. My name is Tian Dongwang. You should have heard of me, right? No, I haven't heard of you. Yang Ming shook his head and said, This is the first time I heard of you. Damn, how is it possible? Am I not famous? Tian Dongwang frowned, touched the back of his head, and said with some dissatisfaction, Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, I have to go. Yang Ming said impatiently as he waved his hand. I want to challenge you. Tian Dongwang suddenly posed in a badass and pointed to Yang Ming. Challenge? Are you okay? Yang Ming looked at the young man in front of him with a strange look. Are you stimulated? Did you come out to challenge me? So what? Aren't you relying on the power accumulated by the previous generation of the Sun family? What are you capable of? What makes you think you can order us around? Tian Dongwang sneered. Chapter 476. Yang Ming looked at the arrogant kid named Tian Dongwang inexplicably. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Forget it. I will show you my driver's license. I am really not Sun Jiwei. As Yang Ming said this, he took out his driver's license from his pocket and opened it in front of Tian Dongwang. Don't lie to me. It's useless. Tian Dongwang said disdainfully. If you are not Sun Jiwei, why did you admit it? I don't want to waste time with you. Yang Ming shook his head and said, Pretend, just pretend. Tian Dongwang looked at Yang Ming mockingly. When you hear that I'm going to challenge you, you're scared, right? Are you scared? Are you guilty? You're dispirited, aren't you? You lied to me with a fake driver's license? Do you think I will believe you? I didn't expect the Sun family's young master to be such a coward. Whatever you say, Yang Ming didn't want to waste time with him. You get out of the way. I am leaving. Leaving? Wishful thinking. Tian Dongwang sat on the hood of the Audi R8. You're not done yet, are you? If you continue to pretend with me, I will beat you. Yang Ming threatened. Unexpectedly, Tian Dongwang was not afraid, but he was very happy. Okay, you beat me. As long as you can beat me, I won't stop you. Yang Ming listened to Tian Dongwang's words and smiled helplessly. Only then did he remember that if he beat him up, wouldn't he be helping him? What good will it do for me to beat you up? Yang Ming, who understood, asked coldly. If you can beat me, I will listen to your Sun family's orders in the future. Tian Dongwang said firmly. Sun family? Hee, that is not good for me. Yang Ming said faintly. Intuition told him that this child named Tian Dongwang definitely had an extraordinary family background. If he could really make him listen to him, it would be good. Then I will listen to your young master son's orders in the future. Tian Dongwang said. Young master son? I'm not some young master son. Yang Ming shook his head and put his driver's license in front of Tian Dongwang. Look, I'm not Sun Jiwei. My name is Yang Ming. Okay, then Yang Ming, I will listen to your orders in the future, Yang Ming. Is that okay? Tian Dongwang didn't know why Yang Ming didn't admit that he was Sun Jiwei, but he didn't care so much. All right, tell me how you want to challenge me. Yang Ming decided to solve the problem before him first. Let's find a place to have a good fight. If you can leave me with 1 or 2 moves, you win. Tian Dongwang said. Find a place? There was no need, right? I think the roadside will do. Yang Ming didn't have time to waste with him. Roadside? No, we are fighting on the road. We can't solve it in a short time. What if the police are called? Tian Dongwang said. You don't need that much time, do you? I think 1 or 2 minutes is too much. Yang Ming said faintly. Oh, you still have some self-awareness. You know how much weight you have. I'm a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Tian Dongwang laughed proudly. Yang Ming pointed to the car and said, Drive the car to the roadside. Although this isn't the main road, it will affect the traffic. You won't take the opportunity to run away, right? Tian Dongwang looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you. Yang Ming said. No, how about this? You drive my car, and I drive your car. Tian Dongwang thought about it and said, Your car is more expensive than my car. Aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you if I run away? Yang Ming laughed. Ugh, you wouldn't do that, right? Tian Dongwang was hesitant by Yang Ming's words. Okay, drive your own car. Yang Ming waved his hand. He didn't know why, but Yang Ming listened to what Tian Dongwang just said. Sun Jie didn't like to lend the car to a man. Yang Ming didn't want to let Tian Dongwang touch the car. Okay, Tian Dongwang had to believe in Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't lie to him. He parked the car on the roadside and got off. Tian Dongwang also parked the car and walked down. Can we start? Yang Ming looked at Tian Dongwang and asked. Wait, let me do some warm-up exercises. Tian Dongwang said. You're temporarily fighting with others on the road. Do you still have time to warm up? Yang Ming said sarcastically. Ugh. To deal with you, I don't need to warm up. Tian Dongwang said with some embarrassment. Okay, you still need to warm up. Don't be unconvinced when you lose. Yang Ming sneered. Who said I'm unconvinced? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Tian Dongwang said angrily. Okay, let's start. After Yang Ming finished, he stood in the same place. Attack? Tian Dongwang saw that Yang Ming stood in the same place after he said start. He couldn't help but be stunned. It was reasonable to say that when two people were competing, whoever said start first would have more preparation time and reaction time than the other party. It was very advantageous. If you attacked at the moment of start, you could often take a big advantage, but Yang Ming didn't do this. You don't want to attack first? Tian Donghua asked, baffled. Are you going to fight or not? If you aren't going to fight, I'm going to leave. Yang Ming glanced at Tian Dongwang. It's my business if I don't attack. Then I won't be polite. Tian Dongwang scolded Yang Ming as a fool in his heart. His body moved quickly. Drink. A flying kick kicked at Yang Ming. Fancy but impractical. Yang Ming shook his head in disappointment. He grabbed Tian Dongwang's leg and exerted a little force on one of the acupuncture points. Tian Dongwang's leg went numb and lost consciousness. He knelt directly on the ground. How did you do it? Although the numbness on his leg made Tian Dongwang feel very painful, he still asked. I didn't do much. Your leg was too slow. I hit your numbness. Yang Ming said casually. I lost. Tian Dongwang sighed. Although he didn't see how Yang Ming attacked, a loss was a loss. Tian Dongwang was a particular person. He wouldn't go back on his words because of this. Then can I go? Asked Yang Ming. You can go. This is my phone number. If you have something, you can call me at any time. Tian Dongwang was straightforward. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took the business card, but he saw 5 big words written on it. Tian family's second young master, followed by a string of phone numbers. Yang Ming looked at this business card and fell into deep thought. What a big tone. He actually wrote Tian family directly on the business card. It seems that this Tian family is definitely not simple. Now that I think about it, in Donghai, isn't there only one powerful Tian family? Then, it was related to what Tian Dongwang said before. What about your Sun family? Then his identity was obvious. It seems that this is the Tian family that has been controlled by the Sun family. This Tian Dongwang must be unconvinced by the Sun family. He thought that why should the Tian family work for the Sun family? I don't know where he heard about the Sun family's young master, Sun Jiwei. Then he happened to see me driving this car. So he thought that I am Sun Jiwei. Okay, I will remember. Yang Ming put away the business card and said, Right, I will tell you again. I am really not Sun Jiwei. You found the wrong person. You really aren't? Tian Dongwang was puzzled. If Sun Jiwei was afraid of trouble before, it was possible that he didn't admit his identity. But now, since he had one, was there still a need to hide? That could only explain one problem. That is, the person in front of me is really not Sun Jiwei. No, Yang Ming said firmly. Tian Dongwang looked at Yang Ming in amazement. He didn't know what to say. Then why are you driving Sun Jiwei's sister's car? Does the driver have to be Sun Jiwei? What kind of logic is this? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Ugh. Tian Dongwang now thought about it carefully. It seemed that what Yang Ming said made sense. It was indeed the case. The driver didn't have to be Sun Jiwei. It was just that he was too subjective. Why? Do you regret it now? Are you still ready to listen to my orders? Yang Ming smiled with some ridicule. A real man keeps his word. Tian Dongwang said, If I said it, I will do it. The most taboo to be a two-faced person who goes back on his word. Up to you. As long as you don't trouble me now, I have to do something. Yang Ming nodded, got in the car, started the car, and left, leaving Tian Dongwang with a blank face. Too ruthless, too powerful. Tian Dongwang suddenly clenched his fist. His eyes flashed with a blazing light. He said firmly, I must worship you as a teacher. Chapter 477. Yang Ming's inference was not wrong. Tian Dongwang was indeed the second young master of Donghai's Tian family, the very bad as Tian family. Tian Dongwang and his brother had been taught by their family since they were young. When they grew up, they would take over the current Tian family's helm and become the new generation's helm. The Tian family's mission was to assist the Sun family. Tian Dongwang's eldest brother was not very interested in the underworld, but Tian Dongwang, the second young master, was very interested in fighting since he was a child. However, he belonged to the kind of tiger, not as smart as his eldest brother. Tian Dongwang's eldest brother was not dissatisfied with assisting the Sun family, because he also knew that the Tian family also had the current situation with the support of the Sun family. Although the Tian family's current power had developed greatly, if it was separated from the Sun family, the situation would be different. Although Sun Hongjun controlled the Tian family, he was also recognized by other gangs as the leader in Donghai, so Sun Hongjun could support another Tian family and destroy the current Tian family. However, Tian Dongwang didn't think so. He thought that everything in the family was the result of his father's hard work. The Sun family didn't provide anything, but the Tian family helped the Sun family do a lot of things. Of course, these weren't the main thing. Tian Dongwang also knew that this was the fate of the Tian family. However, Tian Dongwang heard rumors that the young master of the Sun family was a super idiot. He didn't have any ability, but he pretended all day long. Tian Dongwang was not convinced. He thought that the future successor of the Sun family must be Sun Jiwei, and Sun Jie was a woman. If it was Sun Jie, Tian Dongwang would be convinced, but Sun Jiwei was a little unwilling to let such a good-for-nothing lead him. For a while, he had been troubled by this matter. His skills weren't the best, but he could fight against 2 or 3 people. Tian Dongwang respected strength the most, so he decided to find a chance to compete with Sun Jiwei. If Sun Jiwei was really better than him, then he would accept it. Coincidentally, Tian Dongwang suddenly saw the car of the Sun family's eldest daughter, Sun Jie, on the road today, and it was actually driven by a man. According to the rumors, the miss of the Sun family never lent the car to a man. Therefore, Tian Dongwang took it for granted that the driver was Sun Jiwei. If there wasn't this rumor, Tian Dongwang wouldn't be so sure. However, with this rumor and hearing that Sun Jiwei was a brat, it wasn't strange that he mistook Yang Ming for Sun Jiwei. Now, he was defeated by a person named Yang Ming in one move. Not only did Tian Dongwang not have any hatred, but he was unusually excited. He had finally found an expert. If he was willing to be his master, then wouldn't he be invincible in the world? That Taekwondo instructor of mine is really trash. What he taught me is just fancy and impractical in the eyes of others. Tian Dongwang was very depressed. He planned to fire the coach when he went home. Let him pack up his belongings and leave. In fact, that coach was really wronged. The second young master of the Tian family couldn't be beaten or scolded. The people who practiced with him didn't dare to do anything to him. They were just perfunctory. Therefore, Tian Dongwang thought that he was quite powerful. Yang Ming drove to the door of the Jin Chunlai Bath Center. Yang Ming went back and forth and then drove the car away. There were many people who knew Sun Jie's car in Donghai. Yang Ming didn't want to bring any trouble to Sun Jie. Yang Ming circled around the neighborhood and parked the car in a public parking lot. Then he walked to the Jin Chunlai Bath Center. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to do anything. Like other customers, he bought a sauna card and then went into steam comfortably, of course. Even though Yang Ming was sitting there with his eyes closed, he didn't slack off. His eyes kept looking back and forth, X-ray, scanning. Yang Ming had seen Brother Snake, so it wasn't difficult to search for him. Soon, Yang Ming found Brother Snake in a room. At this moment, Brother Snake was reading a document on the sofa. Yang Ming stood up and walked to the shower. After taking a shower, he put on his clothes and walked quickly to the room where Brother Snake was. This time, Yang Ming didn't intend to hide his appearance. Anyway, one day his identity would be exposed. Moreover, even if he found Wu Qiren, he had to talk to him as Yang Ming. At that time, Brother Snake would know him. So this time, he simply didn't wear a mask. It seemed that the security system of the Four Snakes gang wasn't very strict. Yang Ming walked in the corridor. That didn't stop him. He came to the door of Brother Snake's room smoothly. Yang Ming shook his head. Is this Brother Snake too confident or what? If someone has a grudge with him, isn't it too easy to retaliate against him? It had to be said that things were very funny. Yang Ming knocked on the door in a civilized manner. Although what he was going to do in a while wasn't very civilized. Who is it? Come in. Brother Snake put down the document in his hand and said faintly. Yang Ming pushed the door and walked in. Regardless of what Brother Snake said, he came to the sofa and sat down, staring at Brother Snake coldly. Who are you? What do you want? Brother Snake frowned vigilantly. His hand had already reached behind him. Don't move. It seems that you have a bad memory, said Yang Ming sarcastically. You are. This voice was engraved in Brother Snake's heart. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. Last time, because he wanted to touch the gun, he was stabbed in the hand. There are some things that you just need to know. You don't have to say it. It's not good for you and me. Yang Ming looked at Brother Snake and said slowly, Yes. I don't know what big brother. Master, you are looking for me for. Brother Snake said with trepidation. Last time, Yang Ming's means had made Brother Snake not dare to have any thoughts of being rash again. Why? Listening to your tone, I can't look for you? Said Yang Ming with a glare. No, I didn't mean that. Brother Snake was shocked and said quickly. His eyes were staring at Yang Ming's hand, fearing that Yang Ming would suddenly throw something. Then what are your hands doing behind you? Are you going to shoot me? Said Yang Ming disdainfully. I didn't. I forgot to take it back. Brother Snake heard Yang Ming say so and quickly took his hand out and put it on his head. Yang Ming smiled and looked at Brother Snake. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you. Do you know Mei Rini? Brother Snake heard the name of Mei Rini and was shocked. Now, Mei Rini was a wanted criminal by the police. In any case, Brother Snake didn't want to have anything to do with him. Why? You don't want to say it? Yang Ming looked at Brother Snake's expression and knew that he must know some inside information. No. Brother Snake was a bit embarrassed. If he said it, he would definitely be involved. If he didn't say it, he was afraid that Yang Ming would suddenly attack him. Let's talk about it. I'm looking for him. You used to cover up for him and collude with him, but I am looking for him, said Yang Ming. Are you looking for him because of the Rini company? Brother Snake asked tentatively. Brother Snake had made up his mind. If Yang Ming was really investigating this matter, then he had to find a way to exonerate himself. This person in front of me is a living ancestor. I can't provoke him. If I provoke him, I will be finished. And this is one aspect. This is not the main thing. As long as he returns the money, then I won't say anything. Yang Ming nodded and said, Then, are you looking for him for other things? Brother Snake breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yang Ming didn't pursue this matter, then it was fine. Although he had some heartache when he returned the money, it was better than dying, right? His real name is Wu Qiren, right? Said Yang Ming faintly. Brother Snake was shocked. How do you know? After Wu Qiren came to Donghai, he changed his name to Mei Rini. Only Brother Snake, who was familiar with him, knew his original name. Now, Yang Ming suddenly said it. How could this not make Wu Qiren surprised? I have to settle some accounts with him. Yang Ming smiled. After so many years, it's time. Yang Ming's words were simple, and his tone was very plain, but Brother Snake felt creepy when he heard it. If I find him for you, can you let me go? Brother Snake had now planned to give up Wu Qiren. He was most concerned about his own safety. If Yang Ming came to find trouble with him afterward, then he would be done for. Of course, if you are obedient every time, how can I do anything to you? Yang Ming's brilliant smile in the eyes of Brother Snake became a devil smile. Chapter 478. That's fine. Brother Snake clenched his teeth. I will take you to him. That's the best. Yang Ming nodded. I hope you don't play any tricks. It will only make you more painful. I know. Brother Snake nodded and said, The layout of this house is quite good, but why do you use a security door? Isn't it too sullen? Yang Ming said as he raised his foot and kicked the security door at the door. Yang Ming used the 1-inch force, so the security door that was open halfway fell directly from the door frame. However, it was shocking in Brother Snake's eyes. Brother Snake also knew that Yang Ming was demonstrating to him, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He had to say with a smile, "Yes, yes, you were right. You kicked it well. I will find someone to change in a while." Yang Ming nodded and said nothing. He went downstairs with Brother Snake. "What are you doing?" Yang Ming saw Brother Snake take out the phone and ask coldly, I'm calling the driver." Brother Snake was shocked by Yang Ming. He almost threw the phone to the ground. "Can't you drive yourself?" Yang Ming said coldly. Yes, yes, I can drive myself." Brother Snake nodded again and again. "Oomph." Yang Ming snorted and followed Brother Snake out of the door. Yang Ming didn't go to get Sun Jie's car. As the boss of the Four Snakes gang, Brother Snake definitely knew the car of the Sun family's Mississippi. Yang Ming didn't want to create more problems. In an Audi A6 sedan of Brother Snake started the car and headed to the destination. "Where is it?" asked Yang Ming. "It's above Juju Disco Bar in the city center." "That is my property." Brother Snake didn't dare to hide anything and said quickly. "Sure enough, it is in the territory of Brother Snake." Yang Ming nodded secretly. "It seems that my initial idea is also correct. If I really can't find Brother Snake, I can also find Wu Qiren by searching in several properties." Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at Juju Disco Bar. Yang Ming and Brother Snake walked together, and no one asked. Brother Snake took Yang Ming directly to the second floor, and then came to the door of a private room. "Is Big Fatty Wu inside?" Brother Snake asked his confidant who was guarding the door. "Yes, and this is—" The trusted subordinate saw Yang Ming's expressionless face and asked casually, "Motherfucker, this is my distinguished guest. Is it something you can ask?" Brother Snake was furious at once. "Ha!" He slapped the face of his confidant underling. He was afraid that his subordinates would speak carelessly and implicate him. "I'm sorry." The confidant was shocked and quickly bowed to apologize. "You can leave first. There is nothing for you to do here." Brother Snake waved and said, "Yes." The trusted subordinate hurriedly bowed and left. "Master, Big Fatty Wu is inside." Brother Snake saw that the confidant underling left and said to Yang Ming flatteringly, Yang Ming nodded and responded softly. He just saw the figure of Wu Qiren with his special ability. At this moment, this guy was lying in bed watching TV with a comfortable and chic look. Brother Snake opened the door and shouted inside, "Big Fatty Wu, get up. An old friend of yours is here to see you." "Oh, who is it? Who is it?" Wu Qiren sat up from the bed. When he looked up, he saw Yang Ming standing with Brother Snake. "You are Yang Ming?" Wu Qiren frowned and hesitated. Not bad. After so many years, you can still recognize me? How are you doing, Teacher Wu?" Yang Ming said with a fake smile. "I'm fine, fine, fine." Wu Qiren couldn't figure out Yang Ming's background for a while. When he saw him standing with Brother Snake, he didn't know what his identity was now. However, Yang Ming was in the underworld when he was in school before the association. Maybe he was a big shot now, so he had to greet him perfunctorily. "Really? You are very good, but I'm not so good." Yang Ming suddenly flew out and kicked Wu Qiren's chest. Wu Qiren's fat body suddenly flew out and fell heavily to the ground. "Ayo!" Wu Qiren screamed. Apparently, he fell hard. There was no other way. The fatter the person, the heavier the fall. Wu Qiren stared at Yang Ming in horror. "What are you doing?" "Nothing much. I just came to see you." Yang Ming said innocently, "You were very good to me in the past. Don't I need to compensate you?" "Brother Snake, save me." Wu Qiren saw Yang Ming coming over again and quickly called for help. "Save you?" Brother Snake shook his head secretly. "I can't even protect myself now. Why would I save you? If you don't involve me, I will be grateful." So Brother Snake closed his eyes and pretended that nothing happened. "Get up." Yang Ming suddenly grabbed Wu Qiren's collar and lifted him up. A body of less than 200 kilograms was nothing in Yang Ming's hands. Throwing Wu Qiren on the bed, Yang Ming said coldly, "That Rennie company was created by you, right?" Yang Ming didn't want to beat him half to death. After all, there were still some things that he didn't understand. If he were to cripple him, it would be difficult to ask. When Wu Qiren heard it, He quickly looked up at Brother Snake, but when he saw Brother Snake's indifferent look, Wu Qiren knew that he was completely abandoned. It turned out that Yang Ming was looking for him through Brother Snake. However, Wu Qiren also thought about it. You, Brother Snake, don't talk, right? If you don't talk, can you get away with it? In for a penny, in for a pound. Like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. He told the story of him and Brother Snake conspiring together to establish the Rennie Company to carry out the fraud. That's it, asked Yang Ming. That's it. Yang Ming, Brother Snake instructed me to do it. It has nothing to do with me. I have confessed, and my part of the money, I'm going to return it. These days of suffering also made Wu Qiren somewhat exhausted. The police's pursuit made Wu Qiren almost want to turn himself in. If it weren't for Brother Snake's obstruction, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Now, after being provoked by Yang Ming, Wu Qiren was ready to return the money directly. What about you? Yang Ming looked back at Brother Snake. Uncle, I just said that I'm going to refund, said Brother Snake quickly. Wu Qiren couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Brother Snake's words. No way. So straightforward. Is this the original Brother Snake? Originally, when I said that I wanted to return the money, Brother Snake wouldn't agree, but now, thinking of this, Wu Qiren had to re-examine the identity of Yang Ming. He actually made Brother Snake so obedient. Then he... Wu Qiren, do you know why I'm looking for you? Asked Yang Ming suddenly. Isn't it because of the Rennie Company? Wu Qiren was stunned. How did Yang Ming forget about it? Of course not. That little thing is nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. I'm looking for you because there's a very important thing. As Yang Ming spoke, he stared at Wu Qiren with his eyes wide open, causing psychological pressure on him. Why are you looking for me? Wu Qiren was now different from the past. He had changed from the original high and mighty to a humble tone. Suya wrote a letter to me? Asked Yang Ming. Suya? Wu Qiren was stunned. What letter did Suya write? She wrote a letter to you. How would I know? Really? Lying is not a good habit. Yang Ming said faintly. Do you want to try the taste of the human cannon again? I really don't know. Wu Qiren looked confused. That's not right? You even read the letter in the office? Yang Ming reached out and patted Wu Qiren's face, making a paw-paw sound. Wu Qiren hesitated for a moment and finally remembered, I read it. Sorry. Uncle Yang. Seeing that Brother Snake called him Uncle Yang Ming, Wu Qiren quickly changed his words. Where's the letter? Yang Ming really wanted to kick Wu Qiren, but he knew that he couldn't do it now. He had to know the whereabouts of the letter. Letter? How would I know? It has been so long. I'm not a teacher anymore. Wu Qiren said with a sad face. Really? Yang Ming grabbed Wu Qiren's hair with one hand and gave him a big slap with his arm. Then, he said, Do you remember? I really can't remember. Wu Qiren almost cried. It hurts so much. My face must be swollen. Really? Then you think about it again. It's okay. I have time. You can think about it slowly. Don't worry, Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay. Then let me think about it. Wu Qiren nodded quickly. However, I will take advantage of the time when you are thinking to exercise first. Yang Ming smiled and looked at Wu Qiren. Don't. I remember. Wu Qiren shouted. Chapter 479. You remember it? That's good. Tell me about it. Yang Ming let go of Wu Qiren's hair and sat on the sofa next to him. Teacher Wu, we have no grievances. Why did you take my letter? Why did you read it in the office? Do you think this is cool, or is there something wrong with your heart? Let me think about it again. The sweat on Wu Qiren's forehead flowed down from both sides of his temples. You didn't remember? Then you lied to me just now? Yang Ming snorted and slowly looked back at Yang Ming. No, I just want to organize my words. Wu Qiren said quickly. Then you hurry up. I don't have so much patience. Yang Ming said faintly. I know. Wu Qiren nodded quickly. He frowned and began to think hard. Why are you standing there? Sit down. Yang Ming looked at Brother Snake, who was standing aside stupidly. I don't dare to sit. You didn't ask me to sit. Brother Snake had a sad face. He was faintly unsatisfied in his heart. I'm the boss of a gang. How can I be so spineless? Am I still afraid of him alone? If I ask an underling to come in now, can I control him? Brother Snake struggled in his heart and hesitated. Now, Yang Ming and I are far away, and Yang Ming's attention is completely on Wu Qiren. If I escape, I should be able to, right? However, Brother Snake thought of Yang Ming's extraordinary speed. If I have any trouble, Yang Ming may throw something to greet me. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my life. Therefore, Brother Snake hesitated again and again. He felt that there was still no need to take risks because now Yang Ming was not targeting Brother Snake, but Wu Qiren. Although this time he must lose some money, Brother Snake was heartbroken, but there was no other way. Now that things had come to this point, it was better for him to spit out the money so that Wu Qiren wouldn't have an accident and he wouldn't be implicated. In other things, Brother Snake didn't touch Yang Ming's bad luck, so it was really unnecessary to confront him head-on. He wasn't noble enough to stand up for Wu Qiren. After figuring this out, Brother Snake sat motionless on the side. He didn't care about what was happening outside. Do you remember it? Yang Ming looked at the time. It had been more than 10 minutes. This Wu Qiren was still thinking hard, so he said impatiently, I remember. I didn't throw away the letter at the time. I just threw it in the drawer of the office. Later, after I was fired, I didn't take the letters away when I cleaned up the desk. There were not only yours, but also some letters from other students. I just threw them together. Wu Qiren said. Then what happened? Asked Yang Ming. Later, after I left, the desk was given to a new teacher. I don't know. Wu Qiren shook his head. Yang Ming was speechless for a while. Isn't this equivalent to saying it in vain? You didn't take it away? Did you leave it to others? Then, would others keep it for you? It seems that those letters have disappeared, Yang Ming sighed. His heart was a little empty. He didn't know what to do. Although he didn't have much hope before, he knew that Wu Qiren couldn't keep those letters, but he just didn't give up. Now that he got a positive answer, Yang Ming was a little discouraged. It had been so long. Is it necessary for me to keep it in my heart? Suya, even if I find her, what can I do? Would the two of them ever be able to return to that pure feeling of being together? Both of us have grown up. We are no longer ignorant young men and women in the past. With the passage of time, some people and some things will be forgotten. Although Yang Ming firmly believed that he didn't forget Suya, what about Suya? Did she forget me? Yang Ming wasn't sure, and he didn't want to think about such a complicated issue. If Suya had feelings for him before, it was true. This was undeniable. Yang Ming was also very sure. It could be seen from the fact that Suya wrote several letters to him. However, her letters were like stones that sank into the sea. What would she think? She must have thought that I had forgotten her, so she would lose confidence in me, leading to the delusion of feelings thinking of this. Yang Ming helplessly and unwillingly patted his forehead. Suya, perhaps at this moment, is whispering sweet nothings in the arms of others. If she is interested in me, why didn't she come to Songjiang to find me? Although she left, I didn't leave. If Suya really has feelings for me, why didn't she come to find me? Sorry, Master Yang, I didn't mean it. Seeing that Yang Ming lowered his head and didn't speak, and the expression on his face was unpredictable, Wu Qiren on the side was very worried. He didn't know what Yang Ming was thinking. Please don't vent your anger on me. Forget it. Yang Ming looked at Wu Qiren with some disgust. You go and turn yourself in. I don't want to see you again. I understand. Wu Qiren actually had plans to turn himself in, so he agreed very quickly. Wait. Yang Ming suddenly waved his hand and thought of Xia Shui. Wu Qiren's case is also a big case, right? Didn't Xia Shui, this violent girl, always want to solve a big case? Why don't I give this credit to Xia Shui? But after thinking about it, Yang Ming gave up this idea, because he suddenly remembered that this was Dong Hai, not Songjiang. Even if he informed Xia Shui, it was useless. She couldn't cross the border to arrest people. After all, this wasn't a case in Dong Hai. You, Yang Ming pointed to Brother Snake and said, Come out with me. I have something to look for you. Me? Brother Snake quickly stood up and followed Yang Ming out of the room. Master, what are you looking for me for? Asked Brother Snake quickly. I'm leaving. I have asked what I should ask. I don't want to care about the things between you and Wu Qiren, and I don't have the mood to care about it. You discuss it with him yourself. Yang Ming said, faintly. Oh, Brother Snake was delighted. What Yang Ming said was what he was most worried about. Although the Rennie Company was started by Wu Qiren, it was also with his own support that it became so prosperous. If something happened, he couldn't stay away from it. Although he could promise some conditions to let Wu Qiren shoulder the matter, if Yang Ming obstructed him, he really couldn't handle it. Now, since Yang Ming said that he didn't want to care about it, that meant that he could do it according to his own ideas. How could Brother Snake not be happy? So he quickly said, "Thank you, Master. You don't have to thank me. You should be honest with me. Don't simply talk about things that you have seen me. I hate people who gossip." Yang Ming glanced at Brother Snake and said, "Do you know what the consequences of gossip are? If I know, then your tongue can't be kept." "I understand, Master. You can rest assured. I won't give you any trouble." Brother Snake replied quickly, "It's good that you understand. You're good. I'm very satisfied with today's matter." Yang Ming nodded. "I'm leaving. You don't have to send me off." "Take care." Brother Snake looked at Yang Ming's back and breathed a sigh of relief. This god of plagues is finally gone. Motherfucker, how can I be so unlucky? It seems that I have to be a down-to-earth person in the future. Every time something happens, it's because of my impulsiveness and greed. If I didn't want to expand, then there wouldn't be so many problems. Brother Snake couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that this guy was sent by God to specifically go against me? It seems that I should be low-key in the future. Back in the room, Brother Snake quickly convinced Wu Qiren with threats and promises. Brother Snake's conditions were very simple. He promised to settle down Wu Qiren's family and relatives. He promised to help him find someone to take care of him during his sentence so that he wouldn't be bullied by other prisoners. After all, Brother Snake was also a gang leader. He also had contacts in prison. Maybe he could even let Wu Qiren be a prison guard. Therefore, although Wu Qiren hated Brother Snake for betraying him to Yang Ming, Wu Qiren also knew that this couldn't be helped. Yang Ming looked very strong. Even Brother Snake was very afraid of him. However, Brother Snake was afraid of Yang Ming, but he wasn't afraid of Wu Qiren. Therefore, Wu Qiren didn't dare to say anything. Moreover, Brother Snake's conditions were already very good. Even if he involved Brother Snake, there was no benefit. Thinking of this, Wu Qiren also put down other thoughts. He agreed to the conditions of Brother Snake and prepared to surrender. After all, he wanted to reduce his own guilt as much as possible. So Wu Qiren intended to return the money of the deceived people first. Chapter 480. Wu Qiren's plan was not bad. He first showed up in a high-profile manner, and then explained the reason for his disappearance. It was because the upstream supplier had a problem, and he went to deliver the goods. He would compensate for the contract losses caused here one by one. Since Wu Qiren had claimed that he would take responsibility, then those companies who were preparing to sue the salespeople temporarily gave up the intention to sue. After all, someone stood up to take responsibility for the matter. So why would they still target those little salespeople? These little salespeople were just victims, and it was impossible for them to have the money to compensate for their losses. Wu Qiren's move also made the police give up the action of arresting him. After all, Wu Qiren had made it very clear that he didn't disappear after the fraud, but he went to deliver the goods. Although everyone had their own thoughts, since things had developed to this point, there was no direct evidence to prove that Wu Qiren was a fraud. It could only be said that he was hiding from the debt. However, although they didn't arrest him, there were still people watching him. It was impossible to let him escape. After the incident, Yang Ming also saw the relevant reports, but he was too lazy to care about this. Before, Yang Ming could say that he hated Wu Qiren to the bone, but after seeing him, that hatred couldn't be vented. So what if I really beat him up? Will I be satisfied? Not necessarily. Do I have to find a chance to kill him? Yang Ming shook his head. His own state of mind. He didn't know when it started, but Yang Ming didn't care much about these past events. For example, when Yang Ming saw Zhou Zhejianao, he didn't hate her at all. He just had some knots in his heart. Moreover, Yang Ming had already regarded her as a good friend. Therefore, When Yang Ming saw Wu Qiren today, he was really angry. However, after he told him that the letter couldn't be found, Yang Ming was too lazy to teach him a lesson, except for some regret. Back at the square, Yang Ming took Sun Jie's car and returned to the Dafa Hotel. The matter is resolved. Yang Ming pushed open the door of Lin Chongqing's room and said with a smile, "It's settled." Lin Chongqing was stunned. "You paid them the money?" It was no wonder that Lin Chongqing would think so. How long had it been? Yang Ming went out and came back. If you want to find Mei Rini, it should be impossible. So there was only one possibility, which was that Yang Ming paid the money to the two companies that sued. Of course I'll lose money, but I won't be the one paying. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently and sat beside Lin Jiyun. Of course, whoever took the money will return it. You mean Mei Rini? Lin Chongqing was stunned. How is that possible? Didn't he disappear? Is he stupid? Why would he come back? I don't know if he is stupid or not, but if he doesn't pay the money, he will face bigger trouble. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Chongqing was a little confused, but when he heard that Mei Rini was coming back, he relaxed and was very happy. Lin Chongqing didn't know what was going on, but it didn't mean that Lin Jiyun didn't know. She and Yang Ming had known each other for so long. She was still very familiar with Yang Ming's tough means. She guessed that Yang Ming used some extreme means again, right? Just like Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao last time. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming deeply. Yang Ming also felt Lin Jiyun's gaze and winked at her. Lin Jiyun's face suddenly turned red. She quickly turned her head and didn't dare to look at him again. Lin Jiyun didn't know if it was because of the awkwardness last night or because Lin Jiyun hadn't seen her father for a long time. In short, Lin Jiyun was in Lin Chongqing's room when Yang Ming came back in the afternoon. Looking at the father and daughter whispering, Yang Ming didn't want to disturb them. He got up and went to Ho Jinhan's room. On Ho Jinhan's side, Yang Ming had ordered him to withdraw those who were observing. Yang Ming didn't believe that Wu Qiren could escape, because even if Yang Ming didn't watch him, Brother Snake would watch him too. First of all, Brother Snake wanted to protect himself. He definitely couldn't let Wu Qiren escape. Second, if Wu Qiren really ran away, would Yang Ming spare him? Therefore, Brother Snake wouldn't let Wu Qiren have a chance to escape. He would watch him very closely. Yang Ming also figured out this point, so he was relieved to ignore Brother Snake. He didn't expect the matter to be resolved unexpectedly smoothly. Ho Junhan and the others that he brought didn't need to use them. Big Ho, you go back first, right? Leave your Jetta. You go back with your men on the Jinbei van first, said Yang Ming. Brother Yang, aren't you leaving? Asked Ho Junhan. I will wait. Uncle Lin still doesn't believe it. I guess the evening news will report this matter. I will wait for the news to come out before I go back. You go and do your things first. I'm not very relieved about Sun Jie's side. You go and help me take care of her. Yang Ming instructed. Okay, then I will go back first. Brother Yang, call me at any time if there is anything. Ho Jinhan said as he got up and packed his luggage to leave. Yang Ming took Ho Jinhan's car key and returned to the room. He watched TV in boredom. I can actually receive Phoenix Satellite TV here? Yang Ming didn't like to watch these entertainment programs. However, at this time, Yang Ming's eyes stopped on the TV screen because a few words were written in big font on the screen. New Year's Day special program, Shuyu interview. However, this program was a replay, not a live broadcast. Now New Year's Day had passed. However, Yang Ming didn't care. He wasn't one of those star chasers who had to watch time-sensitive TV programs. Shuya? Yang Ming put down the remote control and stared at the TV screen with interest. For this celebrity, Yang Ming was still very concerned about her. It wasn't for anything else. It was just because he stupidly spent a lot of money to buy her ring. However, coincidentally, this ring was the one that he gave to Suya in the past. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't help but pay more attention to this celebrity who had a similar name to Suya. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't think that this Shuya was Suya in the past, but the difference in appearance between these two people was too big, right? Although they were both sweet people, they were basically two different people. A woman would change 18 times between childhood and womanhood, but at least the outline wouldn't change. This Shuya on TV didn't have any shadow of Suya in the past. Therefore, Yang Ming had to give up his conjecture. It was just that this Shuya wasn't Suya in the past. Judging from the fact that she had the ring that he gave to Suya, there might be some connection between the Shuya and Suya. Therefore, Yang Ming began to pay attention to this person named Shuya. Next, let's welcome our big star, Shuya. This program was a highly rated variety show in Hong Kong. The host was also very popular. Hello, everyone. Shuya walked up to the stage and then sat beside the host gracefully. Welcome, Miss Shuya. Thank you for participating in our XXXX program. The host shook hands with Shuya and then began to talk nonsense. It was probably some of the latest news about Shuya. After talking for a long time, he changed the topic and asked, Miss Shuya, I heard that in the new album that you're going to release, there's a main song called Our Commemoration. It was written about the ring that you auctioned a while ago. Is that so? Shuya was silent for a while and then nodded. Yes, I wrote the lyrics for this song myself. Oh, it turns out that this is the case. It seems that the rumors are true. The host pretended to be surprised and opened his mouth exaggeratedly. This song is very sad, whether it is the melody or the lyrics. Miss Shuya, since that ring is so important to you, why did you sell it? Can I not answer this question? Shuya sighed and smiled reluctantly. People will always be impulsive, right? I'm no exception. Okay, then let's not discuss this issue. The host also saw Shuya's displeasure. This was a live broadcast. She didn't want to affect the atmosphere of the program because of this. According to XX Weekly's report, someone saw you and Zhong Xiaotian entering and exiting a 3-star hotel. Is this true? Maybe it was a mistake? Shuya showed a surprised expression. There are no photos. How can this kind of news be believed? Hee, but anyway, there are rumors that you and Zhong Xiaotian are dating. Is this true? The host didn't forget to dig into Shuya's privacy at all times. Of course not. I have already said that my heart already belongs to someone. Shuya smiled. Can you tell us what he does for a living? The host asked. Chapter 481. He isn't in our circle. Shuya explained faintly. Well, if that's the case, then forget it. The host didn't take it seriously. After all, this had become Shuya's signature excuse to refute rumors. Many people thought that Shuya's heart belonged to someone else was just an excuse. She just didn't want to be involved in scandals. Next, Miss Shuya, please get ready to sing the title song in the new album, Our Commemoration. The host made a gesture of invitation. I remember when you engraved your name on it. You put it on my hand. Our hearts were connected to each other. Yang Ming listened to Shuya's sad singing, and his mood became heavy. It was as if the person who gave the ring to Shuya in the song was himself. Looking at Shuya on the TV, Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. The door was pushed open. Lin Jian walked in and saw Yang Ming watching TV. She said casually, You also like to watch variety shows? Yeah. Isn't this Shuya? Oh. Yang Ming was stunned and recovered from his trance. You're back? And Dad saw the news. Today, Mei Rini has returned to Rini Company to preside over the overall situation. He held a press conference and said that he didn't disappear a while ago, but he went out to sell goods. He just said that he wouldn't let any company bear the loss. Lin Jian said, What? He held a press conference? Yang Ming frowned. He originally thought that Wu Qiren would go to the police station to surrender, but he didn't expect him to play it so cleverly. He easily pushed away his own responsibility. Yeah, Dad was very happy to see it. Lin Jiu nodded and said, Which channel? Let me see. Yang Ming picked up the remote control and changed the channel. Don't change it. The show is already over. Just watch this show. I also like Shuya. Lin Jiyun said. Yang Ming nodded and put the remote control back. He continued to watch the variety show with Shuya's exclusive interview. Only the host asked Shuya some strange questions, which made Yang Ming a little crazy, but Lin Jiyun watched with relish. After the interview with Shuya, it was followed by an interview with another star. Although the little girl looked good, Yang Ming wasn't interested. He left Lin Jiyun there to continue watching. Yang Ming went to Lin Chongqing's room. Uncle Lin, are you all right? Yang Ming smiled and pushed open the door of the room. That's great. Yang Ming, how did you know that he was coming back? Lin Chanqing's face was full of smiles. One of my friends is a more powerful local character. I know about it through him. Yang Ming casually turned Brother Snake into a more powerful local friend. In any case, Lin Chanqing couldn't find anyone to verify it. I see. Yang Ming, thank you so much this time. Lin Chanqing still didn't put the credit on Yang Ming's head. He just thought that Meirini had a conscience. Yang Ming didn't want to say this to Lin Chanqing. Lin Jiyun could understand some of his own things, but people like Lin Chanqing might not be able to understand. Therefore, it was better not to say it, lest he think that his son-in-law was a gangster. It's okay, Uncle Lin. Yang Ming smiled. This is what I should do, isn't it? Hee, Jiyun is happy. Lin Chanqing nodded and said, right, when are we going back to Songjiang? We can do it now. Yang Ming said, why? Is Uncle Lin homesick? I have been out for so long. I haven't earned a penny, and I even got into trouble. I really want to go back quickly. Lin Chanqing sighed and nodded. Then let's check out now and go back? Asked Yang Ming. Now? Is there a car now? Isn't it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Lin Chanqing was stunned. Uncle Lin, I heard from Jiyun that you were a driver in the factory in your early years. Yang Ming also heard from Lin Jiyun that Lin Chanqing could drive, so he left Ho Jinhan's car key. Yeah, I did work as a driver. What's wrong? Asked Lin Chanqing. Then do you have a driver's license? If you have a driver's license, let's drive back now. Yang Ming said, I have a driver's license. I came to Donghai to find a job. Naturally, I brought all these documents. Lin Chanqing said, but where's the car? Uncle Lin, Jiyun, and I drove, but the car can only seat 2 people. I just borrowed a Jetta from a friend, so if you can drive, we can go back now. Yang Ming said, that's great. Lin Chanqing stood up happily and said, what are we waiting for? I will pack up. You go and call Jiyun. Let's go. Yang Ming returned to the room and saw that Lin Jiyun's program had just ended. So he said, Jiyun, pack up. Let's go back to Songjiang now. Oh, so fast. Lin Jiyun was stunned. She didn't expect to leave so soon. Why? Do you still want to sleep with me? Didn't you sleep enough? Yang Ming said mischievously. Stop it. I didn't mean that. Lin Jiyun blushed and scolded Yang Ming. She began to get up and pack up. When she and Yang Ming came, they didn't bring anything, so they just checked if they had left anything behind. The 2 people saw that there was nothing left, so they went to Lin Chanqing's room to help him pack his luggage. Lin Chanqing didn't have a lot of things. 1 suitcase was enough. Yang Ming picked up the suitcase, and the 3 of them went downstairs together. After checking out, they left the hotel. Uncle Lin, you can drive this Jetta. Yang Ming put the luggage in the trunk of the Jetta and then handed the car key to Lin Chanqing. Oh, what about you? Lin Chanqing took the car key and asked, we are driving that car. Yang Ming pointed to the Audi R8 not far away. Lin Chanqing took a deep breath. Although he didn't know how much the car was worth, it wasn't cheap at first glance. Lin Chanqing was secretly worried again. Yang Ming seemed to be extraordinarily rich. Can my daughter be worthy of him? Isn't it just for fun? Although Lin Chanqing also felt that Yang Ming's character was good, no one could say for sure about this kind of thing. So Lin Chanqing decided to remind his daughter to pay attention when he went home. Yang Ming naturally didn't know Lin Chanqing's thoughts. After he got in the car with Lin Jiyun, he started the car. After Tian Dongwang returned home, he asked someone to inquire about Yang Ming. He inquired and inquired, but there was no character named Yang Ming in Donghai. Damn it! Did he make a fake certificate to deceive me? Why can't I find him? Tian Dongwang punched the sandbag in anger. After sending the Lin father and daughter home, Yang Ming called Sun Jie. Sun Jie actually strangled the phone. It was so late, and it wasn't time for a meeting. Why didn't Sun Jie answer the phone? Fortunately, it didn't take long for Sun Jie to call back. Yang Ming, what's the matter? I'm eating outside. I'm back in Songjiang. When will I return the car to you? Yang Ming frowned. Why didn't she answer the phone while eating? However, it wasn't good to ask. Don't worry. I'm eating at the Nightless Club now. It will end around 9 o'clock. Can you pick me up? Sun Jie thought about it. Okay, then 9 o'clock. When Yang Ming heard that Sun Jia was eating at the Nightless Club, his heart was relieved. Sun Jia must have contacted Bao Sanli through Yang Li. Today, Ho Jinhan was back, so it was normal for them to have a meal together. As for why the phone was cut off just now, it was because although Sun Jia was strong, it was better to be polite in other people's territory. It was probably because she was toasting, so it wasn't convenient to answer the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked at the time. There were still 2 hours before 9 o'clock, so he drove directly to Red Flag High School. Yang Ming didn't forget the character that Lan Ling's grandmother gave him to monitor the gatekeeper, Uncle Ma Xiaoyao. Yang Ming passed by the roadside supermarket and went in to take 2 bottles of Wuliangya. He thought about it and put it down again. My relationship with Uncle Ma isn't very good. If I suddenly give him a big gift, it will definitely arouse his suspicion. So, Yang Ming simply took 2 bottles of low-grade white wine, paid the money, and left the supermarket. In this way, it could be said that someone gave it to me, so I gave it to him. It was also reasonable. Yang Ming came to the door of Red Flag High School and knocked on the door. After a while, Uncle Ma came out with drunken eyes. He looked at Yang Ming and said, Yang Ming, why are you here? Chapter 482. Someone gave me 2 bottles of white wine, so I brought them for you. Yang Ming smiled and said, open the door. Hee, you're very considerate. Uncle Ma nodded with a smile and then opened the door. Yang Ming walked into Uncle Ma's guard room with 2 bottles of wine and then put the wine on the table. Why? Do you have something to ask me? Uncle Ma glanced at Yang Ming and asked. Nothing. I just came to see you. Yang Ming's heart was shocked, but his face was very normal. He couldn't see anything wrong. Really? Isn't it wrong? Are you so kind, kid? Uncle Ma snorted. Hee, in fact, there's also something. Yang Ming's mind began to work quickly. He had to find a reasonable reason. You see, if there is anything, just say it. You're looking for me, an old gatekeeper. It can't be a big deal. Uncle Ma shook his head. What else are you embarrassed to say? This is the case. I want to inquire. After Wu Qiren left, who used his original desk, Yang Ming was quick-witted and came up with such a seemingly reasonable reason. Oh, is that it? Do you need to give me a gift? Uncle Ma was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to look for him to inquire about something. What gift? I don't drink white wine. I just brought it on the way. Yang Ming smiled and said, and the only person I know in Red Flag High School is you. I can help you inquire about this. I will accept these 2 bottles of wine. Uncle Ma saw that Yang Ming's matter was very easy, so he accepted the wine he sent. Then I will trouble you, Uncle Ma. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. This was just an excuse he came up with temporarily. Yang Ming didn't expect to find any clues. It was impossible for the teacher who came later to keep Wu Qiren's things, especially some of the students' letters. However, isn't there a saying? As the saying goes, a well-intentioned flower does not bloom, but an unintentional willow grows. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that he actually discovered something when he casually mentioned it. Of course, this was a story for another time. Now, Yang Ming was sitting beside Uncle Ma's bed, casually talking to him. Grandpa Ma, it's been so many years. Why are you still living in the school? Don't you have any relatives? Yang Ming pretended to ask casually. Family. Uncle Ma's mouth twitched twice, and his eyes were a little wet. However, this was only for a moment, and he quickly covered it up. AI, they're all gone. I can't find them, I see. I'm sorry. Yang Ming looked at Uncle Ma and said apologetically. It's fine. It's been so long. It doesn't matter. Uncle Ma shook his head. Uncle Ma, isn't your home in Songjiang? Yang Ming continued to ask. No, I came here later. Uncle Ma said, it's been so many years since I started living here. It's really not easy for you. Yang Ming sighed casually. Yeah, I should have a lot of children and grandchildren. AI. Uncle Ma shook his head. Yang Ming listened to Uncle Ma's words, and he felt a little strange. Why does this Uncle Ma seem to be hiding something from me? But it's not a complete concealment, but it's deliberately revealing some information. Yang Ming couldn't help but be vigilant. Could it be that he saw some flaws? No, it shouldn't be. I don't have any interaction with him. I'm only in contact with him as a former student. Moreover, there's a reason. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? It's possible. Uncle Ma, don't be angry. How about I come to see you when I'm free? Yang Ming said tentatively. Are you here to see me? Are you here to inquire about the news? Uncle Ma glanced at Yang Ming and said, Ah. Yang Ming opened his mouth incredulously. Could it be that Uncle Ma really saw something? Didn't you come to inquire about who used Wu Qiren's table after him? Do you dare to say that your first purpose is not this? Uncle Ma took a sip of wine and smiled. You even saw through this. Yang Ming's face smiled unnaturally. He was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, it's not what I thought. I was too sensitive. But after being frightened by Uncle Ma, Yang Ming didn't have the mood to continue to ask. He said a few words, got up, and said goodbye to Uncle Ma. Seeing Yang Ming drive away, Ma Xiaoyao, who was a little drunk and couldn't open his eyes, suddenly became energetic. He changed from a dispirited old man to a bright and energetic one. He took out a stack of photos from a small box at his bedside and looked at them. And the people in the photo were Yang Ming and Lan Ling holding hands. Yang Ming parked the car at the door of the Nightless Club. After the expansion and renovation of the Nightless Club, it was now one of the largest entertainment and dining venues in Songjiang City. In the parking lot, luxury cars could be seen everywhere. Yang Ming's Audi R8 was not too conspicuous here. When it was almost 9 o'clock, Yang Ming received a text message from Sun Jie, asking if Yang Ming had arrived. She had already finished eating. Yang Ming replied with a message telling Sun Jie where he was. Not long after, Yang Ming saw Sun Jie accompanied by Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli out of the Nightless Club. It could be seen that the three people were in a good mood. They should have had a good chat just now. Suddenly, Yang Ming's nerves suddenly tightened. He wanted to jump out of the car and rush to Sun Jie, but the distance was too far. Yang Ming also knew that it was impossible, but he still subconsciously jumped out of the car. Because Yang Ming saw a black shadow rushing towards Sun Jie. Fortunately, when Yang Ming saw the thing in the hand of the person who rushed over, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The person was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. Sun Jie, I finally found you. This is for you. The man handed the flowers in his hand to Sun Jie. This person was Guo Dongxuan, the son of the underworld boss of Jiduan City. Guo Dongxuan, how did you find this place? Sun Jie frowned. Today, Sun Jie was annoyed to death. This Guo Dongxuan came to Songjiang City in the morning and then kept calling to ask her out. Sun Jie, of course, directly refused. I don't know how this Guo Dongxuan inquired and came directly to the Nightless Club. In fact, it was Yang Ming who was to be blamed for this matter. How would Guo Dongxuan know where Sun Jie went? It was just that one of his men who came to Songjiang with him happened to see Sun Jie's Audi R8 in the parking lot of the Nightless Club. Then, he told Guo Dongxuan, so he ran over. Sun Jie, I miss you, so I came to see you. Guo Dongxuan said very affectionately. Sun Jie frowned. Guo Dongxuan, my words have been very clear. I don't like you, and you're not my type, so it's impossible for us to be together. No, feelings can be cultivated. Guo Dongxuan shook his head. You give me a chance. I will prove myself. Guo Dongxuan, this person, didn't look like a hooligan, but he gave people a gentle feeling. If the person he was talking to wasn't Sun Jie, but a little girl on campus, she might have been fascinated by Guo Dongxuan's words of love. Guo Dongxuan, this isn't a matter of opportunity, but I don't have feelings for you at all. Sun Jie said very firmly. But When Guo Dongxuan saw that Sun Jie was going to leave, he quickly extended his arm and stopped in front of her. This gentleman, please respect yourself. Miss Sun has made it clear enough. Please go back. Ho Zhenhan frowned and said to Guo Dongxuan, Who are you? Do you have a right to speak here? The reason why Guo Dongxuan said this was because he subconsciously regarded Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli as the bodyguards sent by the Sun family to protect Sun Jie. When he was talking to Miss Sun, how could the bodyguards have the right to interrupt? Oh, Bao Sanli suddenly smiled. If we don't have a right to speak, Then why do you have the right to speak? Seeing that Miss Sun knows you, I'll let it go this time. Get out of here. Who are you talking to? You want me to get out? Do you know who I am? Guodongchuan wasn't such an arrogant person, but now in front of Sun Jie, he was humiliated by a few small bodyguards. How could Guodongchuan endure it? A burst of anger rushed to his brain. He pointed at Bao Sanli and said, "Your master is polite to me, but you are arrogant." Master? Bao Sanli was stunned. Could it be Mr. Y? At the moment, he didn't dare to refute. He just looked at Ho Jinhan, but after seeing Ho Jinhan shake his head and say that he didn't know this person, Bao Sanli was completely angry. Chapter 483. How is it? Are you scared? Guodongchuan saw that Bao Sanli was stunned. He thought that Bao Sanli was scared. Suddenly, he was full of confidence. He pointed at Bao Sanli's head and said, "I'm talking to Sun Jie. You stay where you are." Bao Sanli was completely furious this time. This is Song Jiang's territory. Who are you? You pointed at Song Jiang's big brother and second brother and scolded them. Do you not want to live anymore? Well, even if your identity isn't ordinary, you're showing off in Song Jiang. That's not giving face. So no matter who you are, what you are doing now is a bit too much. Bao Sanli suddenly raised his hand and punched Guodongchuan. He directly beat Guodongchuan up. You dare to hit me? Guodongchuan was furious. He jumped and started to curse. But unfortunately, Bao Sanli's group of underlings saw that their boss had made a move. How could they just watch? Like a swarm of bees, they swarmed over Guodongchuan and pulled him aside to madly fix him. Sun Jie frowned, but she didn't say anything. She didn't know how to participate in this matter. Now, Bao Sanli was defending her, so he fought with Guodongchuan. But with Guodongchuan's identity, would he just let go? It shouldn't be, right? She had a headache when she thought about it. Because of her own matter, it involved a dispute between the two major gangs. Forget it. Let him go. Sun Jie hesitated and said, "Sorry, Miss Sunday. Now it's not just a problem between you and him, but a problem of him making trouble in my territory." Bao Sanli shook his head and smiled. He didn't give me face. Sun Jie shook her head and had to shut up helplessly. Anyway, she had already begged for mercy. It was fine as long as she had the intention. In the distance, Guodongchuan wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Then he was forced into a van and driven away. "Miss Sun, how are you going back?" Ho Jinhan asked. "Should I send a car to send you?" "No need. Someone will pick me up." Sun Jie said. "Well, Miss Sun, is your person here?" asked Ho Jinhan. He should have arrived at the parking lot. Sun Jie smiled. "Okay, then Miss Sun, as for the meeting time with your father, we have to discuss it again. You know, it's almost Chinese New Year, and there are more things," said Bao Sanli. "Okay, I will tell my father." Sun Jie nodded and said, "Then I will leave first. Thank you, President Bao, President Ho, for your hospitality." "You're welcome." Ho Jinhan smiled. "Where's the car? Let's send you off." "There's no need, right?" Sun Jie hesitated and said, "After all, it was Yang Ming who came pick her up. With their current relationship, it was easy for others to misunderstand. Let's send her off. In our territory, of course, we have the obligation to be responsible for the safety of Miss Sunday," Bao Sanli said with a careful attitude, because of the incident just now. Sun Jie thought about it and felt that it was nothing. Even if they saw it, it was nothing. They didn't know Yang Ming, so she nodded. Well, it's not far ahead. Sun Jie came to the parking lot under the escort of Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. Yang Ming had been paying attention to Sun Jie. When he saw them coming here, he couldn't help but frown. It was fine if Ho Jinhan saw me, but if Bao Sanli saw me, it didn't seem to be the case. Yang Ming fell into contemplation. Is it appropriate for me to appear with Sun Jie with my current identity? However, judging from the current situation, it was only a matter of time before my identity was disclosed. I have already shown my face in front of Brother Snake of the Four Snakes gang, so Yang Ming wasn't afraid of his identity being exposed. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't care so much. He stood firmly next to the car and waited for the three people to come over. And when Bao Sanli saw Yang Ming standing here, he was very surprised. He looked at Sun Jie and then looked at Yang Ming. He didn't know how these two people got together. Ho Jinhan didn't feel surprised. After all, Yang Ming had already told him before. So when he saw Yang Ming at this moment, he just nodded slightly to Yang Ming. Then he pretended to be unfamiliar and stood aside. Brother Yang, Bao solemnly hesitated and greeted Yang Ming. Brother Bao, what a coincidence. I'm here to pick up Sun Jie. Yang Ming smiled. Oh, Bao solemnly nodded mechanically. He didn't know what to say for a while. Sun Jie also looked at Yang Ming and Bao solemnly suspiciously. How do these two people who have no interaction know each other? And they seem to be very familiar with each other? Sun Jie didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let him meet with Yang Ming, but things had already happened. She could only deal with it calmly. So she said, President Bao, do you know Yang Ming? Yes, yes. It's a life-and-death friendship. Bao solemnly smiled. He also saw that the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jie wasn't ordinary, so he tried to get closer to each other. Because the news from Mr. Y that Ho Jinhan brought was that Mr. Y was very interested in his cooperation with Sun Jie. Therefore, Bao solemnly's attitude towards Sun Jie was very good. Oh, Sun Jie was stunned. What life-and-death friendship can Yang Ming and Bao solemnly have? It was just that the current occasion wasn't suitable to ask more, so she smiled and said, Hee hee, I didn't know before. If I knew, I would have asked him to come and eat together. Next time, there are many opportunities. Bao solemnly nodded and said, It's just a pity today. Ho Jinhan stood there and didn't speak. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He thought Brother Yang just came back from Donghai. How can he be in time to eat? It's just that Brother Yang is too badass, right? He even got the Sun family's miss? Sure, sure. Yang Ming also nodded. Next time, I will treat Brother Bao and you. That's it then. I won't bother you anymore. President Bao, and I will go back first. Ho Jinhan pulled Bao solemnly's clothes. He didn't know if Yang Ming and Sun Jie had any programs, so he didn't want Bao solemnly to be a third wheel here. Seeing that Ho Jinhan pulled him, Bao solemnly also quickly said goodbye. Although he didn't know why Ho Jinhan pulled him, Ho Jinhan often had his reasons for this kind of thing. Bao solemnly was a rough person. He usually didn't pay attention to these details, and he was too lazy to pay attention to these, so he listened to Ho Jinhan. Sun Jie and Yang Ming got in the car. Yang Ming started the car and drove out of the parking lot. Let's talk. What the hell is going on? Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming and asked faintly. What do you mean what's going on? Yang Ming turned on the CD in the car and listened to the melodious country music. He asked knowingly, What do you think? I don't need to remind you again, right? Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Yang Ming, you seem to have a lot of things that you haven't told me, right? Damn. Sun Jie, even if I tell you, I need to have a chance to tell you, right? We don't usually communicate much. Yang Ming said with a smile. You also know that there are some things that are only said at the last minute. Generally, we can only talk about some personal topics when we're lying in bed or before going to bed, right? Sun Jie rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Aren't you talking nonsense? Why don't you spit it out for me to see? Yang Ming snorted. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. How do you and Bao solemnly know each other? Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming and asked. In the detention center, we have the same cell. Yang Ming didn't hide it and said directly, I helped him fight once, but it was tragic enough, so our relationship is good. You have been to the detention center? Sun Jie turned to look at Yang Ming. Aren't you a college student? Didn't Yang Li tell you before? I'm just a little punk. What's so strange about a little punk entering the detention center? Yang Ming didn't want to mention Lin Zhiyun's matter. After all, it wasn't so glorious. Besides, that's all in the past. I haven't been out for a long time. I thought Yang Li said it casually. Sun Jie smiled. It turns out to be true. Why? Are you looking down on me? Yang Ming asked casually. In fact, Yang Ming's heart didn't think so. If Sun Jie looked down on him, she wouldn't be so close to him. No, I think you know what my family does. We are about the same. Sun Jie was afraid that Yang Ming would think too much, so she quickly comforted him and let him feel relieved. Okay, you don't have to comfort me. I know the gap between you and me. Yang Ming said deliberately. In fact, he was just joking with Sun Jie. Turn around. Sun Jie said suddenly. Yang Ming was stunned. What are you doing? Go to the hotel. Sun Jie said faintly. Huh? Yang Ming opened his mouth in surprise. Why are we going to the hotel? Chapter 484. It can't be. Go to the hotel. Yang Ming looked at Sun Jie in amazement. He didn't know how to drive the car. Yeah, if you don't go, won't you feel uncomfortable? Sun Jie said aggressively. Ugh, I didn't mean that. I was just joking. Seeing Sun Jie like this, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He didn't know what to do. Yang Ming, what do you want me to say to make you understand? I don't mean to look down on you. Sun Jie saw that Yang Ming's tone was a little low, so she frowned and said, I said that I was joking. Yang Ming said with some shame. Well, you continue to drive. Go back to my company. Sun Jie said, not going to the hotel. Yang Ming was a little anxious. When Sun Jie said that they should go to the hotel, he was still a little hesitant. Now that she said that they weren't going, Yang Ming's heart suddenly became empty. You wish. Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming. I was also joking, cough, cough. Yang Ming was choked by Sun Jie's words. It had always been Yang Ming who made fun of others. Now, he was playing with fire. You really don't want to go? Yang Ming asked with some unwillingness. It's true, Sun Jie said firmly. Oh, Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who liked to use force. Sun Jie said that she wasn't going, so he couldn't say anything. However, just when Yang Ming had given up, Sun Jie spoke again. Go to the hotel. What do you want to do? Sun Jie asked suddenly. Ugh, what do you think? Yang Ming replied abruptly, not used to it. We can talk about your things, but we have to get 2 rooms. Sun Jie smiled. Then forget it. Let's go to your company. Yang Ming sighed and continued to drive, dispelling some dirty thoughts. When they arrived at Sun Jie's company, Yang Ming wanted to park the car in the underground parking lot, but Sun Jie stopped Yang Ming. Just park it outside. Parked outside? Aren't we going to your company? Aren't you afraid of being scratched by people if you park on the side of the road? If it was a broken car, it would be fine. But this is an Audi R8. Yang Ming is afraid that something will happen to it. Yeah, I'll go up and get a material. You just wait for me here, said Sun Jie. I'm not going up. Yang Ming asked curiously. Why are you going up there? I don't need your help. Sun Jie was also a little puzzled. Just wait for me here. Didn't you want to ask me something? Not going to your company? Sun Jie's reaction made Yang Ming feel inexplicable. Just go to my house. Why are you going to the company so late? Sun Jie said with a smile. I didn't feel very comfortable eating just now. There is nothing in my stomach. I'm still very hungry. I'm anxious to go home and cook noodles. Go to your house. I'm going to. Yang Ming listened to Sun Jie's words and couldn't help but start to fantasize again. It's a blessing in disguise. Maybe tonight is destined to be a romantic night. Looking at Sun Jie's beautiful and plump figure disappearing into the company building, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and called Ho Jinhan. Brother Yang. Ho Jinhan picked up the phone and said succinctly, What's the matter? Big Ho, what happened to the person who just harassed Sun Jie? Although Yang Ming seemed to be flirting with Sun Jie along the way, he had been thinking about this matter in his heart. Although the distance was far, Yang Ming could read lips. Yang Ming saw what the guy just said clearly. Now that Bao Sanli and the others had just gained a foothold in Songjiang, they shouldn't provoke any powerful characters. The person was taken away by Bao Sanli's men. I haven't asked yet. Why? Is there anything wrong? Ho Jinhan seemed to notice something. Ask carefully. What does that person do? At this time, don't get into any trouble. Yang Ming instructed. Okay, I understand. Ho Jinhan said, I will call you immediately after I ask. No need. I'm outside. It's inconvenient to talk. Let me call you, said Yang Ming. Ho Jinhan was stunned and immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. He left with Sun Jie, so he must be with Sun Jie tonight. This matter was related to Sun Jie, so it was normal to be inconvenient to talk. So he nodded and said, I got it, Brother Yang. Yang Ming hung up the phone and waited for a while. Sun Jie came down with a document. Yang Ming opened the door, and Sun Jie got in the car. Why are you still going to the company to get the documents so late? Yang Ming asked casually. My father just called and asked me to get it. He is very anxious. I have to reply to him tomorrow morning, so I have to stay up all night tonight. Sun Jie said helplessly. Stay up all night? Yang Ming didn't know why, but he didn't feel very good. Stay up all night. Don't I have no chance? Yang Ming now didn't know what kind of feeling he had for Sun Jie. Do I like her? Or is it simply the feeling of conquest that men like? Yang Ming shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. It turns out that I rarely have such impatient thoughts. Yang Ming thought that he was a perfectionist. He didn't care much about sex without love, but since Lan Ling's voodoo. AI, little Ling Ling, you are killing me. Do you think it's so easy to be a strong woman? Sun Jie also smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Sun Jiwei being so disappointing, I would have quit long ago. The cruelty of the business world is really not suitable for a woman. It turned out to be like this. Isn't it easy to solve? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jie and said with a smile, How do you solve it? Sun Jie was a little angry. Yang Ming stopped halfway. Let your parents have another brother. Yang Ming said this and looked at Sun Jie's expression. Sure enough, Sun Jie opened her eyes wide. Just as she was about to get angry, Yang Ming continued, Of course, this is basically impossible, so you can consider finding a boyfriend to help you. You're pissing me off, Sun Jie said after listening. Aren't you talking nonsense? How is it nonsense? Isn't this giving you an idea? Yang Ming smiled. Isn't it because I don't have a boyfriend? Sun Jie said, Why don't you be my boyfriend? Hey, Yang Ming was shocked and turned to look at Sun Jie. What did you say? Nothing. Look at how scared you are. Sun Jie shook her head and smiled. You see, you don't want to be my boyfriend. Who do you want me to find? For Sun Jie's words, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. Sun Jie was such a strong woman. Yang Ming didn't dare to simply take her home as his wife. They could talk and play together. If they were to go home, which of his women could be her opponent? Your family background is good. There should be a lot of people chasing after you, right? So, Yang Ming changed the topic. He could also ask something indirectly. Who was the person who sent you the flowers? I think he looks very gentle. Just now? You mean Guodong Chuan? Sun Jie frowned. I have no feelings for people like him. What does he do? Asked Yang Ming. The son of Jiduan City's Guo Jinbiao, said Sun Jie. Who is Guo Jinbiao? Yang Ming obviously had not heard of this name. His status in Jiduan City is equivalent to Song Jiang's Bao Sanli. Sun Jie explained. For these things, Sun Jie did not hide it from Yang Ming because there was no need. These were all things on the surface. It was easy to investigate. Besides, Sun Jie didn't know why, but she didn't want to hide anything from Yang Ming. Although it seemed that she had no intersection with Yang Ming, Sun Jie still subconsciously felt that the story of her and Yang Ming would not end here. This may be a unique intuition of women. Yang Ming heard Sun Jie's words. He was stunned at first, and then a chill came to his heart. It can't be right. Then Guo Jinbiao is the underworld boss of Jiduan City. Isn't Guo Dongchuan equivalent to the underworld prince? As a result, the feud between Bao Sanli and Guo Jinbiao was set. Yang Ming sighed. I hope that Bao Sanli can have some sense of propriety. Otherwise, if Guo Dongchuan is crippled, then it won't be good. However, for this Guo Jinbiao of Jiduan City, Yang Ming was not necessarily afraid of him. Jiduan City, although also called a city, was far worse than Songjiang. The entire area was not half the size of Songjiang. Thinking about it, Guo Jinbiao was not that ruthless. Since the feud was set as the behind-the-scenes boss Y, he had to work harder to scare Guo Jinbiao. If it didn't work, he could only get rid of Guo Jinbiao. Jiduan City is too small. There is a big gap between it and Donghai. This Guodong Chuan is quite ambitious. Knowing that someone had an idea on Sun Jie, Yang Ming's heart was not very good. Chapter 485. Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming's sour words and couldn't help but be a little proud. Why? What's wrong with you? Nothing. What could I be wrong with? I just feel that this guy is too overconfident. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Where is your home?" "The development zone, not far from Yang Li's home. It's in that direction," Sun Jie said. Yang Ming nodded and drove in the direction of the development zone. The people who lived here were the rich people of Songjiang, so luxury cars could be seen everywhere on the roadside. "Turn left in front. And yes, it's that villa." Sun Jie pointed to an independent small courtyard. "No way. So rich?" Yang Ming couldn't help but be shocked. Yang Li's home was just a duplex, but Sun Jie had a single-family villa and a small courtyard. "You live alone?" Yang Ming stopped the car and looked at the villa in front of him. He was a little dizzy. "There is also a servant, Auntie Ya." As Sun Jie spoke, she took out the phone and dialed a number. Then she said to the person on the other side, "Auntie Ya, this is Sun Jie. I'm back. Help me open the door." "You don't have a key yourself?" Yang Ming was a bit baffled. "Do you need a servant to open the door? If the servant is not at home, then can't you go back?" "There is a key, but it's very troublesome. If you open the door from the outside, you have to enter the password," Sun Jie said. He didn't see anyone come out. He saw the door of the villa slowly open. Yang Ming didn't feel strange. After all, it was now automated. Yang Ming started the car and slowly drove into the villa. Then he searched for a place to park. Before Sun Jie spoke, Yang Ming had already used his special ability to find the warm room behind the villa. "How are you more familiar with it than me?" Sun Jie was very puzzled about how Yang Ming found the warm room. "Have you been here before?" "Damn, it's just intuition. Generally, the warm room of the villa is at the back," Yang Ming said indifferently. Although Sun Jie still had some doubts, after listening to Yang Ming, she couldn't ask again. After getting off the car with Yang Ming, Sun Jie took Yang Ming and walked into the villa. A woman in her 40s opened the door for Sun Jie. "Miss, you're back. And this is—" "Oh, Auntie Ya, this is Yang Ming, my friend." Sun Jie gave a simple introduction. "Hello, Aunt Ya." Yang Ming nodded to Aunt Ya. "How do you do, young man? What would you like to drink?" "I'll go prepare," Aunt Ya said with a smile. "That won't be too much trouble, right?" There were no servants in Yang Ming's house. This was the first time he had seen a servant, so he was not used to the feeling of being served. "It's no trouble. This is my job." Aunt Ya smiled faintly. "So, Auntie Ya, you go and make 2 cups of coffee for us. I still have something to discuss with Yang Ming tonight. We may have to stay up all night," Sun Jie instructed. "Okay, Mississippi." Aunt Ya nodded and then went to do it. Sun Jie took Yang Ming upstairs and came to a door. She pushed it open and walked in. This was obviously a study. There was a computer on the desk and some messy folders. "Sit anywhere." Sun Jie pointed to the sofa at hand and said. Then she took the lead to sit down. She stretched in scrupulously and murmured, "I'm so tired." The voice was so seductive that it made Yang Ming very tempted. His hands began to be a little dishonest as he explored Sun Jie's body. "Don't move. Auntie You will come in and deliver the coffee in a while." Sun Jie slapped away Yang Ming's mischievous hand and said lazily. Therefore, Yang Ming understood that after Auntie Ye delivered the coffee, she let him do whatever he wanted. Auntie Ye, although she had taken care of Sun Jie since she was a child and could be said to be loyal to Sun Jie, she was more responsible for Sun Hongjun than Sun Jie. After all, the current master of the Sun family was Sun Hongjun. Auntie Ye came to the kitchen and then took out a mobile phone from the gap of the cupboard. She directly dialed a number set with a shortcut key on it. After a while, the phone was connected. "Old son, this is Aya," Auntie Ye whispered. "Oh, it's Aya. It's so late. What's the matter?" Sun Sin said cautiously. He and Auntie Ye fell in love when they were young, but the Sun family's rules were strict. They didn't allow feelings between the housekeeper and the servant in the family, so the 2 young people rationally suppressed this feeling in their hearts. Over the years, although Sun San and Aya didn't forget each other, they also knew that this feeling could only be brought to their graves. Before they were born, it was unlikely to come together. They were afraid that others would gossip, so Sun San and Aya rarely contacted each other, except for normal work matters. Aya came to Songjiang to take care of Sun Jie to avoid suspicion. "Old son, I have something to tell you about the young lady situation. You have to tell the master as soon as possible." Auntie Yu said, "Oh, what's the situation?" When he heard that it was about Sun Jie, Sun San immediately paid attention. Today, the young lady brought a young man back for the night. Auntie Yu said word by word. Oh, Sun San was stunned. Really? Can I lie to you? When there was no one, Auntie Yu wasn't polite to Sun San. However, Sun San didn't care. Instead, he felt that his heart was comfortable. If Auntie Yu and he were estranged, then he probably wouldn't be able to sleep. The love of two middle-aged men and women. Although they missed each other, they couldn't be together. Knowing that it was impossible, they still thought of each other in their hearts. The young lady has never brought a friend of the opposite sex to the house. This is the first time. Auntie Yu emphasized. Right, what's the young man's name? Sun Sin suddenly thought of something. He faintly felt that it was the case. His name is Yang Ming. Auntie Yu said. What? It's him. Sun San was surprised. Why? Do you know him? Auntie Ming asked, baffled. I know him. How can I not know him? Sun San said, well, I know about this. Master also knows a little about it. You don't have to worry about it. Rest early. Okay, good night. Auntie Yu said faintly. But a good night was also full of a lot of friendship. And good night. Sun San hung up the phone. Auntie Yu adjusted her mood and then began to grind the coffee beans. Yang Ming and Sun Jie were in the study. Yang Ming, when I mentioned Bao Sanli to Yang Li before, why did you pretend that you didn't know? Sun Jie was a little annoyed when she thought about it. You obviously know him. Why did you ask me to look for Yang Li again? This. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. Indeed, it seemed that he didn't do it properly. Sun Jie, actually I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming and asked with some displeasure. Sun Jie, did you see it today? My relationship with Bao Sanli is very familiar. Yang Ming sighed and said, yeah, I saw it. Since you were so familiar with him, why don't you help me introduce him? Sun Jie said with some resentment. Actually, things are not what you think. Yang Ming shook his head and said, it's actually easy for me to introduce you to him. This is really easy to do, but it is because I am familiar with him that I don't want to introduce you to him. When Sun Jie heard this, she couldn't help but frown, but she was smart. She quickly understood the meaning of Yang Ming, but she was still a little uncertain. You mean? Yes, you may have guessed it. Yang Ming nodded and continued. Sun Jie, you said at the time that you didn't know why your father was looking for Bao Sanli. This made me feel very uncertain. When I know what your father does. Why is he looking for Bao Sanli? There are only two possibilities. One is cooperation, and the other is conflict. If you two really have a conflict, then what kind of position will I be in? Who should I help? Should I help Bao Sanli, or should I help you? Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but be moved. Yang Ming is afraid that it will be difficult for me at that time. It seems that I misunderstood him. Yang Ming is still a good person. Although she thought so in her heart, Sun Jie still said, why do you want to help me? Why? This doesn't need to be so clear, right? As Yang Ming said this, he put his hand on Sun Jie's body again. This time, Sun Jie did not stop Yang Ming. She leaned quietly on the sofa and let Yang Ming's hand do whatever he wanted to her body, suddenly. Click! The door of the study opened, and Auntie Yu came in with 2 cups of coffee. Chapter 486. Yang Ming was stunned, Sun Jie was stunned, and Auntie Yu was also stunned. Yang Ming's hand was still on Sun Jie's body, and he forgot to take it down. However, even if he took it down, it would be a bit of a cover-up. It was better to just leave it there. Miss, where's the coffee? Auntie Yu recovered first. After all, she was a middle-aged person. She was already used to some things. Just put on the coffee table. Sun Jie really wanted to kick Yang Ming now. However, if she hit Yang Ming's hand now, it would be useless. She simply pretended to be very natural. Okay, Auntie Yu put the coffee on the coffee table and didn't look at Sun Jie and Yang Ming. She just said, Miss, if there's anything else, please tell me. I will go down first. As Auntie Yu spoke, she left the room. Yang Ming, I really don't know what to say to you. When you are with me, can't you think of something else? Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming and said helplessly, I'm sorry, I have troubled you. This time, Yang Ming was very sincere. After all, it was his fault that brought trouble to Sun Jie. Sun Jie was happy in her heart. Yang Ming's behavior didn't bring her too much trouble. Even if Auntie Ye told her father, it didn't matter because she had already been brewing a plan that required the cooperation of Yang Ming. That was to let Yang Ming pretend to be her boyfriend and accompany her home during the Chinese New Year. If this wasn't the case, Sun Hongjun wouldn't give up. He would endlessly introduce boyfriends to her all day long. Sun Jie was annoyed to death. Therefore, in order to let her father give up, Sun Jie decided to directly bring back a boyfriend to show her father, so that her father would dispel the idea of continuing to introduce boyfriends to her. However, why look for Yang Ming? The reason was very simple. Yang Ming had pretended before, so he was familiar with it. Moreover, she and Yang Ming had a relationship. They weren't estranged from each other and weren't awkward. However, the most important thing was that Sun Jie didn't hate Yang Ming in her heart. Sigh. Sun Jie sighed and said deliberately, I really don't know if I owed you in my previous life. Since it is already like this, what's the use of saying sorry? Think of a way to salvage the situation. Remedy? Good. Yang Ming nodded and said, Tell me, as long as I can do it, just tell me. How can I fix it? It's not that there is no way. Since Auntie has already seen it, then let's just make the best of it. As Sun Jie said this, she picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Then, she said, You continue to pretend to be my boyfriend. Yang Ming was stunned. I continue to pretend? What do you mean? During the Chinese New Year, come home with me as my boyfriend, said Sun Jie. New Year? Go home. Yang Ming frowned. He was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he said, So, you're talking about this. So, you're using me as a shield? Hee. You can understand it this way. Sun Jie said with a smile, but you're in the wrong. Sigh. Once you reach out, you'll regret it forever. Yang Ming sighed. I'm forced to take responsibility. You wish. If you really want to take responsibility, I still have to consider it, said Sun Jie. Really? Yang Ming smiled. Since he was already pretending to be her boyfriend, it was natural to take advantage of her, right? As Yang Ming said this, he continued to explore Sun Jie's body. Okay, don't mess around. I still have work tonight. I don't have time to be crazy with you. Come and help me look at these documents. Sun Jie picked up a folder from the table, then opened it. She took out half of it and handed it to Yang Ming. Let me see. Yang Ming took the document with some hesitation. Why are you showing me this? It's a proposal for land bidding. I've been working on it for a long time. I'm afraid there are omissions in it. Help me review it. Sun Jie said. Land bidding? Yang Ming was dizzy. Sun Jie, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Let me see this kind of thing. You don't have time. You have to learn something as soon as possible. Sun Jie said, In front of my father, the identity I arranged for you is a project manager of a real estate company. It's impossible that you don't know anything. Ugh, cough, cough. Yang Ming coughed twice. Real estate company? Project manager? What the hell is going on? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming looked at the document in front of him and was a little dizzy. Did you premeditate this? Are you waiting for me to fall into your trap? It's not premeditated. Even if there is no today's incident, I will tell you about this. However, since this kind of thing happened, then you can't refuse, right? Sun Jie smiled. You win. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and said, Don't be a project manager. Is there a lower position? For example, a clerk? Or an errand boy? Someone who does a lot of work? What kind of person do you think I am? Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming's complaint and said, My boyfriend, a project manager is the minimum requirement. I didn't ask you to be a general manager or an underworld boss. It's good enough. I think you should let me pretend to be an underworld boss. Yang Ming thought, I really do have this identity. Okay, you're still an underworld boss? At most, you're just a little punk. Sun Jie tapped Yang Ming's head. If it were me, it wouldn't matter what you do, but it's not easy for my father to pass the test. Forget it. A project manager is a project manager. Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. But Sun Jiwei knows my true identity. If he causes trouble for you, you can't blame me. He dares, unless he wants to eat instant noodles for a year. Sun Jie smiled. His pocket money is in my hands. You're so ruthless. You control the economic lifeline of others. Yang Ming shook his head. Okay, but I don't know anything about this. You should at least teach me some basic knowledge, right? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I brought you home? Sun Jie glared at Yang Ming. Who knows, maybe you miss me. Yang Ming joked. Miss your head, Sun Jie said. Look at the document. In fact, real estate. Sun Jie told Yang Ming this knowledge. One was to deal with her father, but to put it bluntly, Sun Hongjun wasn't very familiar with the real estate industry. It was all done by his underlings. The reason why Sun Jie did this was to let Yang Ming learn some knowledge. In her heart, she still hoped that Yang Ming's identity could be closer to her. However, this was also Sun Jie's little selfishness, and she didn't reveal it. Sun Jie was talking seriously, and Yang Ming was really listening seriously. Yang Ming's current situation was that he had money in his hands, and he really wanted to do something. Since there was such a good opportunity, he might as well learn about real estate. If possible, he could also start a business in this area. Halfway through, Anya sent 2 cups of coffee. Originally, Anya thought that these 2 young people were using the excuse of looking at the document to flirt, but Anya found that the 2 people were really engrossed. Yang Ming's ability to understand was strong, especially during this period of time. He studied the discs that Fong Tian left for himself when he had nothing to do. His ability to absorb knowledge was even stronger. Often, after Sun Jie finished talking, he could draw inferences and put forward some very insightful ideas. At first, Sun Jie was talking alone, but later, Yang Ming could add a few words. Until the sky turned white, Yang Ming could actually put forward some constructive opinions on this bidding plan. This made Sun Jie very surprised. Isn't Yang Ming's ability to accept too strong? Later, Yang Ming became more and more excited. He began to put forward some of his other views, which made Sun Jie feel inexplicably horrified, however. After all, a person's energy was limited. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the 2 people finally couldn't stand it. They fell asleep on the sofa. Fortunately, the sofa in Sun Jie's house was spacious enough. The 2 people lying on it didn't feel crowded, and naturally, they hugged each other. When Anya came up, she saw the 2 young people sleeping. She couldn't help but smile slightly and shake her head. Then, she found a quilt and covered the 2 of them. It seems that this young man named Yang Ming is good. He isn't the kind of person who only indulges in love and doesn't know how to make progress. He is a good match for the miss downstairs. Auntie Ya couldn't wait to report the situation here to Sun San. Sun San was also stunned by Yang Ming's behavior. How could this be? He had also investigated Yang Ming's background. So Sun San was very inexplicable when Yang Ming and Sun Jie discussed real estate. Are you sure that they're talking about real estate? Sun San frowned and asked. Chapter 487. And it shouldn't be wrong. Although I don't understand, I don't think it's just for show. I observed it for a long time. The discussion between the 2 people was indeed very enthusiastic. It was impossible to rehearse it in advance for me to see. Besides, the young lady didn't know that I was responsible for monitoring her. Said Auntie Ya. Real estate? Sun Sin shook his head and said to himself inexplicably, isn't he studying computer science? How did he come up with real estate? What? Auntie Ya heard Sun San's words and asked. Nothing. Okay, I got it. You don't have to do anything on your side. Sun San instructed. I can't do anything. I can't interfere with the young lady's private life. Auntie Ya nodded and said. Sun San hung up the phone and couldn't help but say to himself, this Yang Ming, it seems that he isn't a simple person. He actually knows about real estate. When Yang Ming and Sun Jie woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, but the 2 people didn't sleep for long. Yang Ming woke up because he wanted a pin. Yang Ming pushed the thing in front of him. Why is it so soft? However, with Sun Jie's moan, Yang Ming knew what he touched. However, it seems that I've been touching it when I was asleep. Yang Ming smiled, pulled back his hand, and sat up. When Yang Ming moved, Sun Jie also woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming in a daze. What time is it? It's past 8 o'clock, said Yang Ming. Past 8 o'clock? Sun Jia suddenly woke up a lot and jumped up from the sofa directly. No time. I have to go to the company for a meeting. Yang Ming went into the bathroom in a daze. Just as he wanted to close the door, Sun Jia opened the bathroom door and walked in. Yang Ming unbuckled half of his belt and was shocked by Sun Jia. Although he was very familiar with Sun Jia, Yang Ming didn't have the habit of being watched, so he asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm washing my face and brushing my teeth. Otherwise, what else can I do?" Sun Jia said as she closed the bathroom door and began to wash up. "Don't you have 2 bathrooms in your house? Why don't you go downstairs?" Yang Ming felt helpless. "Why don't you go?" Sun Jia asked. "I live upstairs. Why would I go downstairs? Isn't that unnecessary? I'm about to suffocate to death. Why don't you go out first?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "You could do whatever you want. It's not like I haven't seen it before. There's so many things," Sun Jia said indifferently, ignoring Yang Ming's awkwardness. Although the words were right, the last time they were in the bathroom, they had seen each other frankly. But now it was different after all. Yang Ming looked at the endless wiping on his face. He really couldn't hold it anymore. He was such a big person. He couldn't possibly pee in his pants, right? There was no other way. Yang Ming closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and began to pee. Yang Ming thought, "Anyway, Sun Jia is wiping her face there. She won't notice me." After half a minute, Yang Ming opened his eyes and finally felt refreshed. Yang Ming turned his head to look at Sun Jia. It didn't matter at first glance, but he was shocked. Sun Jia had already washed her face and was looking at him intently. "You, why are you looking at me?" Yang Ming was embarrassed and subconsciously pulled up his pants. "Oh, you also have times when you were shy? What were you thinking when you were seducing me yesterday?" Sun Jia smiled sarcastically. "Ugh, isn't this different?" Yang Ming shook his head. Since he was already seen, Yang Ming didn't care anymore. He continued to say shamelessly, "Why don't you show me?" "Me? I don't want to go to the bathroom now." "Hee, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Sun Jia smiled slyly. "Forget it. You slowly put on your makeup. I'll go out first." Yang Ming was a boy, and he didn't pay much attention to his appearance, so it was normal that he didn't wash his face in the morning. I suddenly want to go to the bathroom again, but you can't see it." Sun Jia waited for Yang Ming to completely walk out of the bathroom. Then, she slammed the door and smiled sinisterly. Yang Ming was speechless for a while. This Sun Jia, why is she like a child? Yang Ming thought, if I want to look at you, is it useful for you to lock the door? It's useless for you to wear clothes. However, Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who liked to peek, so he didn't bother with Sun Jia. He didn't want her conspiracy to succeed. He walked forward without looking back. Sure enough, as Yang Ming expected, after a few steps, he heard the bathroom door behind him being opened. Apparently, Sun Jia wanted to see if Yang Ming was waiting at the door to peek, but she was obviously disappointed. Looking at Yang Ming's figure, Sun Jia had some doubts. This kid usually looks very perverted, but why is he so serious sometimes? After Sun Jia finished washing, she didn't bother to eat breakfast. She and Yang Ming each took a piece of bread and went out. "Send me to the company," Sun Jia said while eating bread. Send you? Go to the company?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Can't you drive yourself? I'll go straight back to school. You go to the company with me. This plan was perfected by you and me. Some places were proposed by you, so you have to participate in this meeting." Sun Jia said, "This isn't necessary, right?" Yang Ming hesitated. "I'm not familiar with the people in your company. Why should I go? My father will monitor the live situation of the meeting through remote equipment. I hope you can show your face." Sun Jia said, "I see." Since Yang Ming had promised Sun Jia that he would go to her house to pretend to be her boyfriend during the Chinese New Year, he really couldn't refuse Sun Jia's request now. Sun Hongjun. Maybe I'll have a chance to cooperate with him one day. It's not bad to show my face first. Otherwise, I'll just treat it as helping Sun Jia. Okay. Thinking of this, Yang Ming nodded. However, if I say something wrong during the meeting, don't blame me. Just like you did last night, Sun Jia said with a smile. Originally, everyone is discussing together. It doesn't matter if something is wrong. We can improve it together. Last night? How was it last night? Is it like this? Yang Ming reached out and explored Sun Jie's body. If you could drive with one hand, then you can do whatever you want. Sun Jie rolled her eyes indifferently. It's automatic. It doesn't matter. Yang Ming smiled. Yang Ming said this, but he didn't do it. Instead, he focused on driving the car. Yang Ming's mental endurance was far stronger than ordinary people, so Sun Jie kept yawning, but Yang Ming was very energetic. Looking at Sun Jie like this, Yang Ming really felt that he was right to come. Letting her drive the car, Yang Ming was really a little worried. When they came to Sun Jie's company, Yang Ming parked the car in the underground parking lot and then walked into the company's elevator side by side with Sun Jie. Sun Jie's company's office building was rented with other companies, so the people in the elevator didn't know Sun Jie. It was now past the working hours, so they didn't meet Sun Jie's company employees along the way. When they came to the floor of Sun Jie's company, Yang Ming followed Sun Jie directly into the conference room. There was some commotion in the conference room, but it became much quieter after Sun Jie entered. Little Zhang, you go and sit over there. Sun Jie looked at her secretary, Little Zhang, who was next to the main seat of the meeting. Okay, manager. Little Zhang nodded, picked up the pen and paper, and sat in another position. Yang Ming, you sit next to me. Sun Jie instructed Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He nodded and sat in Little Zhang's original position. The people in the conference room were very puzzled. What is the origin of this Yang Ming? To be able to participate in the company's important meeting, you must know that the people here are the company's executives. In particular, Yang Ming is still so young. He looks like he is about 20 years old. Could it be that he is also a child sent by the Sun family train? Okay, Little Zhang, turn on the remote video. The head office has to monitor the live broadcast of our meeting. Sun Jie instructed. Okay, manager. Little Zhang stood up and began to set up the camera in the conference room. Let's start the meeting, Sun Jie said calmly. There was an indescribable confidence and calmness in her tone. Yang Ming looked at the different Sun Jie and was a little confused. The cunning Sun Jie in the morning and the strong woman Sun Jie now, are they the same person? Let me introduce everyone. This is our company's honorary consultant, the project manager of the Mingyang Real Estate Development Company, Yang Ming. Just as Yang Ming was lost in his thoughts, Sun Jie suddenly introduced him. Chapter 488. The people below were very unfamiliar with the Mingyang Real Estate Company. They didn't know what kind of company it was, but they were very confused about the title of honorary consultant. It seemed that if they guessed correctly, this person was really likely to be a relative of the royal family, a relative of one of the major shareholders of the head office. Mingyang Real Estate? Honorary consultant? Yang Ming smiled bitterly for a while. What kind of title is this? Mingyang? How could Sun Jie come up with this name? She probably made it up based on her own name. Unfortunately, it was the same name as Ho Zhenhan Security Company. However, Yang Ming really had the intention of forming a real estate company. He didn't expect Sun Jie to be right. Yang Ming intended to let Ho Zhenhan do it. With Ho Zhenhan's background, it shouldn't be difficult to establish a foothold in Songjiang's real estate industry. Since Sun Jie introduced it like this, Yang Ming couldn't refute it. He had to stand up calmly and nodded to everyone like an expert. Although the group of executives below didn't know the true identity of Yang Ming, they thought that the person who could be valued by Sun Jie was either a relative of the head office or a real expert. Therefore, they also applauded enthusiastically. Yang Ming wasn't used to it, but he had to smile to everyone. Fortunately, Yang Ming's face was thick. Even a machine gun couldn't penetrate it. Sun Hongjuan's schedule every day was very tight. For remote meetings like Sun Jie's, generally speaking, he just took a few glances and then let the secretary be responsible for following up. But today, Sun Hongjun heard the name of Yang Ming, so he watched the video of the meeting with interest. President Sun, the time for the regular meeting every morning is coming soon. The secretary reminded him. Oh, today's regular meeting will be arranged by Vice President Wang. I won't be going. Sun Hong-jun instructed. Yes, President Sunday. Although the secretary was very puzzled, the president rarely delayed the regular meeting. Since the president had spoken, the secretary didn't dare to disobey, so she respectfully left to arrange the morning meeting. After the secretary left, Sun Hong-jun picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. "Old San?" asked Sun Hong-jun. "Master, it's me," Sun Sin said respectfully. "Go to my study, turn on the computer, and connect to the internal video conference channel. Take a look, is it this Yangming?" Sun Hong-jun said. "Okay, I'll be right there." Sun San put down the newspaper in his hand and quickly walked to Sun Hong-jun's study. Usually, only Sun San could enter Sun Hong-jun's study room. The other servants were not allowed to enter. This was because there were a large number of copies of contracts and some trade secrets stored inside. Sun San entered the study, turned on the computer, and entered the internal meeting channel. In the meeting, Sun Jie was speaking, and Yang Ming was sitting next to Sun Jie at the moment. "Did you see that?" Sun Hong-jun asked. "I saw him." "That's right, it's him. He's the one who came to the Eastern Sea last time." Sun Sin took a look and said with certainty, "Oh, was it really him? But how did he become a real estate consultant?" Sun Hong-jun frowned. "Didn't you tell me that he's a college student studying computer science?" "This is true. I've already seen his school file. He is indeed a freshman at Songjiang Industry University, and he is also studying computer science." Sun San said, "Just this morning, Yu Yanin called me and said that Yang Ming was resting at the young lady's place last night." "Continue." Sun Hong-jun gestured. "He wasn't a conservative person, not to mention that his daughter was already so old. He had no right to interfere with his daughter's private life." According to Yu Yanin, the young lady and Yang Ming discussed real estate in the study room last night. The discussion was very enthusiastic, and it didn't seem to be fake. Sun San said, "I got it." Sun Hong-jun nodded. "Whether it was fake or not, it will be clear in a while. Old San, both of us are not very familiar with real estate. I will find an expert to come and take a look at it for me." "Okay," Sun San said. "Right? I understand the matter between you and Yu Yanin. Let's do it this way. I will give you a time. When Sun Jie gets married, you and her matter will be done together." Sun Hong-jun sighed and said, "Master, we are already so old. We don't think about it anymore. Don't make fun of me." Sun San was suddenly blushed. "You're old. Why don't you think about it? Old people also have old people's love." Sun Hong-jun said, "Well, this matter is settled. I will arrange it for you when the time comes." "Yes, thank you, Master," Sun San said very excitedly. He knew that Sun Hong-jun had always been a man of his words, so he no longer refused and quickly thanked him. Yes, he had been waiting for this day for too long. Sun Sin didn't dare to disobey the strict family rules of the Sun family. Sun Hong-jun wouldn't easily change the family rules for anyone, but today he made an exception. Of course, this was also because Sun Hong-jun's mood was still good today. Why? Sun Jie, who had always been single, was finally willing to be close to a man. This showed that his daughter had this idea. Let's not talk about whether Yang Ming was qualified to be the son-in-law of the Sun family. At least, Sun Jie had a boyfriend, which was much better than being single. Moreover, over the years, Sun Hong-jun had also lowered the standards of Sun Jie's spouse. From the beginning, he kept introducing some famous families to his daughter, to urging Sun Jie to quickly bring a boyfriend home like a little old man every day. This was also the reason why Sun Hong-jun didn't intervene after knowing about Yang Ming. Anyway, let's wait and see first. If I really forced an intervention, would my daughter, who is easily moved, completely give up? Therefore, Sun Hong-jun didn't dare to make a move. He could only silently investigate Yang Ming behind the scenes. Moreover, Sun Hong-jun also knew his own daughter very well. Today, Yang Ming could appear at this meeting. It could also be seen indirectly that Sun Jie was showing her boyfriend to him. With the status and financial resources of the Sun family today, there was no need to have any requirement for Sun Jie's spouse. The identity of the man was actually not particularly important. After all, the Sun family was now the first family in Donghai. But now, what was the Sun family most lacking? Talent. This was Sun Hongjuan's biggest worry. No matter how strong Sun Jie was, she was just a woman. Some things couldn't be handled by a woman. For example, it wasn't appropriate for Sun Jie to handle the matters of the Sun family in the underworld. Sun Jiwei was obviously a ado who couldn't be helped. How could Sun Hongjun not be upset? After 100 years, would the Sun family's huge foundation be destroyed? It was also for this reason that Sun Hongjun didn't interfere in the affairs of Sun Jie and Yang Ming, because he was watching, seeing what kind of person this Yang Ming was. If he was really a talent, then it didn't matter what his background was. The Sun family didn't lack a background, and a real talent wasn't afraid of a low background. On the contrary, even if he was a son of a famous family, if he was an idiot, what was the use? At that time, not only would the Sun family's foundation be ruined, but even his own family's foundation would be ruined. This was also why Sun Hongjun wasn't optimistic about Guodongchuan. Guodongchuan gave Sun Hongjun the feeling that although this person graduated from a famous university, he was too superficial. If he said that he came out to mingle, he was too cultured. If he said that he didn't mingle, he was too martial. To put it bluntly, he was a cultured person with a bandit aura. It gave people a feeling of being neither high nor low. There was a good saying, in this day and age, we aren't afraid of gangsters, but we are afraid of gangsters with culture. However, Guodongchuan's culture didn't seem to be the case. It was too far from momentum of a real superior. It was more like a nouveau riche who wanted to be part of the upper class. But for the Yang Ming on the screen now, Sun Hongjuan's first impression was quite satisfied. In any case, this Yang Ming's temperament was good, and it wasn't easy for a college student to be able to stay calm in the company's high-level meeting. Looking at the calm smile on Yang Ming's face, Sun Hongjun couldn't help but nod. This person at least had the identity of a superior. Sun Hongjun hung up Sun San's phone call and called the company's real estate department. He directly transferred a few senior experts to the chairman's office. He was ready to examine this Yang Ming. If it was really possible, then he would focus on training him. However, this Yang Ming looked like he was only in his 20s. Of course, this was just looking. The actual investigation showed that he was less than 20 years old. His daughter was already 25 years old, Sun Hongjun's side. Although it seemed that his daughter was well-maintained, and this young man named Yang Ming looked quite mature. After all, his age was still there. Chapter 489. One had just entered university, and the other was about to graduate as a graduate student. This gap was indeed quite big. Thinking of this, Sun Hongjun shook his head. But as long as the two young people were willing, it would be fine. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," said Sun Hongjun. "President Sun, are you looking for us?" A few engineers from the company's real estate department came in. They were responsible for land bidding. Come and take a look." Sun Hongjun waved his hand. "This is a branch meeting. Help me check it out." "Okay, President Sunday." Although several engineers wondered why Sun Hongjun was suddenly interested in the branch meeting, they couldn't neglect the instructions of the chairman. So they sat down and watched the video of the meeting seriously. At this time, it was Yang Ming's turn to speak. Yang Ming couldn't help it. Sun Jie was obviously forcing him to do something beyond his ability. Yang Ming helplessly picked up the proposal that he discussed with Sun Jie yesterday and began to talk about it. Yang Ming was very helpless now, but he couldn't help it. Everyone was looking at him. He couldn't just run away, right? However, at the beginning, Yang Ming had some stage fright, but as he immersed himself, Yang Ming also began to talk incessantly. Yang Ming's ability to understand was strong. Plus, he had a general understanding of the proposal last night, so it wasn't very difficult to talk about it. Instead, he added a lot of his own opinions. Although Yang Ming didn't say some professional terms very well, at least the meaning was expressed clearly. So, the executives present had the illusion that Yang Ming was a local expert. Even Sun Hongjun understood what Yang Ming said. Yang Ming was clearly speaking the language. If he knew this, he wouldn't have asked those engineers to come over. What did he say? Sun Hongjun, who didn't understand much, listened to Yang Ming, who wasn't very professional. He could understand it, so he was happy to hear it. Director's son, with all due respect, I'm afraid this person isn't from the real estate industry, right? An expert hesitated for a long time before speaking, because he just saw that Sun Hongjun seemed to be listening with interest, but because he was responsible for the company, he couldn't speak without thinking. He could only test Sun Hongjun's attitude. Well, I don't think he's from the real estate industry, but I think what he said makes sense. Sun Hongjun was very satisfied with Yang Ming's performance. It was already very good for a computer science major college student to speak like this. Moreover, Sun Hongjun could now be completely sure that Yang Ming was absolutely improvising on the spot. It was impossible for Sun Jie to have premeditated it in advance. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't have come up with such unprofessional words. That's right. Many of the theories he said are correct, but the way he said them is a bit too unprofessional, and many of them are just whimsical ideas. Although they inspire a lot of the proposal, they're not very useful in practice. It's not very practical, said the expert engineer. I think it's very good. Okay, you guys go and do your own things first. Sun Hongjun waved his hand and let these experts leave first. Then he called Sun San. Old San, what did Yang Ming say just now? Sun Hongjun asked with a smile. Not bad. I understood it. Sun San also smiled and said, this young man is a talent. It's already very good that he can speak like this. And I think so too. You continue to pay attention to him. Sun Hongjun said, right, investigate his private life by the way. Okay, master, I got it. Sun San replied. In the conference room of Sun Jie's company, the executives looked at Yang Ming with wide eyes. Indeed, some of Yang Ming's ideas made these people feel very novel, but the way of expression was somewhat lacking. Despite this, these people still applauded. They couldn't help it. They couldn't figure out Yang Ming's identity. Maybe Yang Ming was a township entrepreneur in a small place. Sun Jie was basically satisfied with Yang Ming's nonsense. After the meeting, Sun Jie said to Yang Ming, I didn't notice that you were quite cohesive. You are calm in the face of danger. I didn't expect this group of people to be so easy to fool. Yang Ming smiled. Come on, but your performance is not bad. Sun Jie nodded to Yang Ming. If there's nothing else, I will go first. I am about to take the final exam. These days, the teacher is quite strict. It may be bad enough if I don't go to class, said Yang Ming. That's fine. Sun Jie nodded. Do you want me to find someone to send you? No need. I will just take a taxi. Yang Ming said. Looking at Yang Ming leaving, Sun Jie's mouth showed a smile. It seems that Yang Ming's performance is really beyond my expectations. I don't know how my father is. What kind of impression would he have of Yang Ming? Yang Ming walked out of Sun Jie's company. His mind was still in a daze, as if it was a lifetime ago. Yesterday, I just casually agreed to Sun Jie's request and went to her house to pretend to be her boyfriend. It seems that I am now Lin Jiyun's substitute boyfriend. Now, there's another one. Am I a professional imposter? Yang Ming smiled bitterly for a while. This Sun Jie's house was different from Lin Jiyun's house. Yang Ming was likely to be exposed if he wasn't careful. Moreover, the most exaggerated thing was that Sun Jie actually asked him to pretend to be an expert of a real estate company. This was simply inappropriate. However, things had already come to this point. Yang Ming couldn't back down even if he wanted to. Anyway, nothing would happen to him at that time. At most, he would be kicked out by Sun Hongjun. He stopped a taxi and came to the school gate. Yang Ming handed the driver 15 yuan. The driver gave Yang Ming 2 yuan and then pointed to a luxury car not far away. Oh, what car is this? So badass. Could it be a Rolls-Royce Phantom? As soon as Yang Ming raised his head, he saw a retro luxury car parked at the entrance of the school. Yang Ming didn't know what a Rolls-Royce Phantom was, but looking at the appearance of this car, it wasn't cheap. I don't know which rich person's child is going to school here. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't care about those useless things. He took the 2 yuan from the driver and walked into the school gate. Before he took 2 steps, the door of the Rolls-Royce opened. 2 young men wearing sunglasses came out from inside and directly blocked Yang Ming's path. Wait a minute. The man in sunglasses reached out and stopped Yang Ming. Yang Ming squinted and looked at the two arrogant guys in front of him. He said coldly, "Get out of my way." "You are Yang Ming?" The man in sunglasses didn't bother with Yang Ming, but asked directly, "Who are you?" Yang Ming frowned. These two people actually called out his name as soon as they came up. Obviously, they came specifically for him. "You don't know, but our boss wants to see you." The man in sunglasses said faintly. "Your boss? Who is it? What does he want to see me for?" asked Yang Ming. "Our boss. You will know when you see him. As for what he wants to do, it is impossible for us to know." The man in sunglasses said bluntly. "Boss." Yang Ming glanced at the Rolls-Royce behind the two men. Although he hadn't seen it before, Yang Ming had also heard of the Phantom. This car is expensive. It wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Yang Ming really hadn't seen people who could come up with such a big sum of money. Wang Shifan's car was a Mercedes-Benz S600. As for those Song Heng, it was already badass to be able to drive an Audi and Passat. Sun family? A word suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's mind. "Yes, I just came out of Sun Jie's conference room, and someone is looking for me. If it isn't the Sun family, who else can it be? Moreover, who can come up with such a big sum of money? Besides the Sun family in Donghai, who else is so rich?" Thinking of this, Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at the license plate of the Rolls-Royce. He found that it wasn't a license plate from Donghai, but a black license plate from another country. Joint venture? Yang Ming was stunned, but then he was relieved. Many luxury cars didn't come in through normal channels, and many foreign companies had the right to directly import cars. So, if the Sun family wanted to buy this car, it wasn't impossible to get it through other companies. However, isn't this Sun Hongjun thinking too highly of me? He actually got such a luxury car to receive me? Of course, Yang Ming was also very clear about Sun Hongjun's purpose. If he said that he specially sent this car to pick me up, Yang Ming wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Although my real identity is very badass, it isn't public after all. My current identity is a student. It is impossible to enjoy this kind of treatment. The rest of the explanation is easy. That is, Sun Hongjun wants to use this to show the strength of the Sun family and get a car to challenge me. However, although this car was expensive, Yang Ming's money could buy many of these cars. Thinking of this, Yang Ming smiled and asked, "People from the Sun family? What Sun family?" Chapter 490. Are you sent by the Sun family? Yang Ming looked at the two people in front of him and asked calmly, "Sun family? What Sun family?" The two people were stunned and looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. "What? You are not from the Sun family?" Yang Ming's nerves immediately became alert. If Sun Hongjun was looking for him, then Yang Ming would have some confidence in his heart. After all, there was a reason. But now, these two people drove such a luxury car to find him. Yang Ming really didn't know what to do. Yang Ming glanced at the Rolls-Royce with his special ability. There was no one else. This made Yang Ming slightly relieved. He was confident that he could easily deal with the two people in front of him. "Please." Although the two men in sunglasses said please, they didn't mean to invite him at all. "If your boss wants to see me, then let him come by himself." Yang Ming glanced at the two people in front of him and said contemptuously, "Your tone is not small." One of the men in sunglasses was about to attack, but he was stopped by the person next to him. "You'd better cooperate. I guarantee that you are not in any danger." The other man in sunglasses said calmly, "However, if you don't go, don't blame us for using force." Although the tone was very calm, anyone could hear the threat in the words. "Using force?" Yang Ming smiled. It was the kind of smile that was very skeptical and contemptuous. It wasn't that he looked down on these two people, but these two people didn't deserve his respect at all. "Our boss is very busy. It's good that he can see you in his busy schedule. Why are you so troublesome? Hurry up and get in the car." The first man in sunglasses impatiently reached out to grab Yang Ming. "Ha!" Yang Ming easily slapped away the guy's outstretched hand. Then he sneered, "If you don't want to be disabled, don't touch me." The first man in sunglasses' arm was numb. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have such great strength. He was a little surprised. Mr. Yang, I hope you can cooperate. Our boss is looking for you with no ill intentions. The second man in sunglasses saw that Yang Ming wasn't moved by force or persuasion, and he seemed to know kung fu, so his tone became polite. Are you kidding me? Your boss is looking for me, and you want me to cooperate? Yang Ming shrugged and said with a crooked mouth, Sorry, I'm not going to accompany you. As he spoke, Yang Ming lifted his leg and walked into the school. Wait, the man in sunglasses was anxious and quickly stopped him. Wait for me to call our boss. Take your time. I still have to go to class. Yang Ming walked away without looking back. What should we do? Asked one of the men wearing sunglasses. This kid is very strong. It's a bit strange. The second man in sunglasses said, Let's call the boss first to ask for instructions. Yang Ming quickly flashed behind a teaching building and then observed the two people at the door through his special ability. He wanted to find some clues from their conversation. Sure enough, Yang Ming saw the two men in sunglasses return to the car. One of them took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Because it was dialed through the phone book, Yang Ming couldn't see the phone number. Hello, boss, this is Xuanzi. The man in sunglasses who called said. On the other side, he didn't know what was said to him. Xuanzi continued, Boss, we waited for Yang Ming at the school gate, but he didn't go back with us. Yes, it's my fault. But Yang Ming is very tough, and it's not very appropriate to catch people in public at the university gate. Yang Ming sneered when he saw this. This guy actually knows how to excuse me. Isn't it appropriate to catch people in public? Is he afraid that he can't beat me? Yes, I know. But Yang Ming said that if you want to see him, you have to see him yourself. He doesn't have time, Xuanzi said hesitantly. What was said on the other side was something that Yang Ming couldn't know. Then Xuanzi nodded and hung up the phone. After reading this, Yang Ming was still a little confused. He didn't know what these two people were up to. Yang Ming watched for a while and found that the two people didn't leave, but continued to stay in the car. They both kept silent. Yang Ming didn't need to continue to observe. So, he turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, an old man wearing a red armband rushed in front of Yang Ming. Fine. Yang Ming looked at the old man in front of him in amazement. He didn't know where the fine came from. I'm an inspector of the school security office. You urinated and defecated everywhere. The fine is 100 yuan. Otherwise, you will be given a demerit. The old man said as he took out a receipt from his pocket and prepared to fill it. Urinated and defecated everywhere? Yang Ming looked at the old man inexplicably. What did I urinate and defecate everywhere? You just stood under the wall for a long time. Don't think that I didn't see it. The old man said with a stare, Hurry up and pay the money. Which eye of yours saw that I urinated and defecated everywhere? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can't I stand under the wall? You didn't urinate when you stood under the wall? You dare to say that? You're lying with your eyes wide open. The old man waved his hand impatiently. Don't waste time. It's fine to pay the fine. You can go to your tutor. Are you from a school security office? Yang Ming suddenly looked at the old man and asked. Yeah, hurry up and pay the money, said the old man. Where's the work permit? Let me take a look, said Yang Ming. Look at what work permit? The old man stared and said, I haven't seen your student ID yet. Then I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I'm very skeptical about whether you're from the security office. You're on your own now. As he said this, he was about to leave. Wait, don't go. The old man grabbed Yang Ming's collar. Yang Ming was annoyed. Looking at the old man's weak appearance, Yang Ming really didn't dare to use force. He was afraid that this guy wouldn't be able to get up directly. Everyone come and see. College students urinate and defecate everywhere. Admit your mistake. The old man seemed to be a Beijing opera singer. His voice was so loud that it was unparalleled. When he shouted, the nearby students stopped to watch. Sun Jue was very depressed these days. Not only was he scolded by his sister, but the limit of his pocket money was also strongly controlled. This wasn't a big deal. When he went to the tutor's office, he was also criticized by the tutor. He said that he didn't unite with his classmates and form a clique. Isn't forming a clique and uniting with classmates the same thing? Sun Jiwei didn't see the difference between these two. On the way back to the classroom, Sun Jiwei suddenly heard someone shouting, "University students defecate and pee everywhere." He couldn't help but feel disgusted. Isn't this a mental illness? So, he looked up and glanced at it. Huh. Sun Jiwei felt great. Yang Ming. It's actually Yang Ming. Yang Ming was actually caught defecating and peeing everywhere. This news is too shocking. Sun Jiwei's mouth was about to burst open. If this matter was hyped up, Yang Ming's reputation would be ruined in the future. I also vented my anger. Thinking of this, Sun Jiwei quickly ran to the tutor's office. He had to inform the tutor as soon as possible. I can't let this guy settle it privately first. Although it's not a big deal to defecate and pee everywhere in school, if the hyping was done properly, it would at least be a demerit. Sun Jiwei took out his mobile phone as he walked and called his confidants in the class. He asked them to quickly organize people to come and watch the scene of Yang Ming being caught defecating and peeing everywhere. Yang Ming was really helpless now. If this guy wasn't so old, Yang Ming really wanted to give him a kick. Isn't this looking for trouble? When did I defecate and pee everywhere? However, even if I defecate and pee everywhere, it has nothing to do with him, right? In Yang Ming's memory, the school's security office didn't hire an old man as an inspector. Everyone, come and see. A university student defecates and pees everywhere. He is caught red-handed and doesn't admit it. Everyone, come and see. The old man shouted loudly, and more people came to watch. At this time, Sun Jiwei also rushed over with the tutor. Xie Yongqiang's teaching building wasn't far behind, so it only took a few minutes to get here. On the other side, Sun Jiwei's confidants also organized the students in the class, ready to watch Yang Ming make a fool of himself. Tutor, Yang Ming. He defecates and pees everywhere. It's right there. Sun Jiwei pointed in Yang Ming's direction and exclaimed. Xie Yongqiang frowned. He thought, why is this Sun Jiwei still like a child? Don't you find this kind of thing shameful? Why are you still promoting it? Yang Ming was angry when he saw Sun Jiwei's dead face. This guy is really like a big horse monkey, jumping out whenever there's a problem. Chapter 491. Everyone, there is nothing to see. Our class's Yang Ming was caught urinating and defecating everywhere. Everyone, please disperse. Sun Jiwei began to speak to the onlookers. He deliberately emphasized the two words, Yang Ming, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear it. AI, this is really embarrassing for our freshman computer science class too. Sun Jiwei continued to nag. Xie Yongqiang almost ran over to give this kid a big slap. Motherfucker, are you doing this deliberately? You mentioned Yang Ming before, and now you say computer science class too. Isn't this the same as insulting me, Xie Yongqiang? I'm the tutor of this class. After you publicize it like this, what will others think of me? My student urinates and defecates everywhere. Wang Jitao also received Sun Jiwei's notification and rushed over. This guy was now sticking to Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming, this guy really doesn't pay attention. He actually did this kind of thing. AI. Wang Jitao sighed. This is really a disgrace to the class. As the class monitor of Yang Ming's original class, I also feel ashamed. Impossible. It must be a misunderstanding. Yang Ming can't do this kind of thing. Zhou Jiejia shook her head and frowned. And Wang Jitao was stunned. Yeah, Yang Ming is also a fool. Why would he urinate and defecate on campus for no reason? This doesn't make sense, right? It's not like there are no toilets in the school. There are toilets in any teaching building or dormitory building. Since Yang Ming urinated and defecated in the corner of the teaching building, why didn't he turn around to the indoor toilet? In this cold weather, if he froze off a part of his body. No. Wang Jitao screamed in his heart. An indescribable strange feeling surged in his heart. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Wang Jitao couldn't help but remember a few months ago when he was still in high school. Didn't Shinafyu make such a big mistake? Thinking of this, Wang Jitao slapped his head. Was this Sun Jiwei playing with fire? Seeing that Yang Ming was not panicking at all, Wang Jitao was a little anxious. At this time, there were more and more onlookers. Many people also recognized Yang Ming. This guy was the awesome guy who defeated the president of the Taekwondo club with the brick-breaking martial arts. Yang Ming, what's going on? Xie Yongxiang walked over with a sullen face and whispered to Yang Ming. Nothing much. This old man is crazy. He pulled me aside and insisted that I urinate and defecate everywhere. He wants to find me. Yang Ming spread out his hands and explained with an indifferent expression. I saw you peeing at the base of the wall over there with my own eyes. Am I wrong? The old man said with a grin. Who are you? Xie Yongxiang turned around and asked the old man. I am an inspector of the campus security office. The old man said with a stiff neck. An inspector of the campus security office? Xie Yongqiang shook his head. He had never heard of an inspector in the campus security office. Moreover, with this old man's age, shouldn't he have retired long ago? It was impossible for the school to recruit such a person to be an inspector. Yeah, the old man said. You are his instructor, right? Talk to him and let him pay the fine obediently. Otherwise, you will report him to the school and give him a demerit. Fine, I will give him a demerit. Xie Yongxiang couldn't help but be amused after listening. What is this? First of all, the school won't simply fine a student. Moreover, Yang Ming is my student. I will criticize and educate him. Who are you? Is it your turn to point fingers here? Yes. If he doesn't pay the fine, you will give him a demerit. The old man said confidently. You are from the school security office? Xie Yongxiang looked at the red armband on the old man's arm suspiciously. There was no writing on it. It was completely a piece of red cloth. Yeah. The old man glanced at Xie Yongxiang and nodded. You should take care of your student now. What are you doing as an instructor? Why are you asking about me? Although Xie Yongxiang was puzzled, he thought that the old man was right. First, he had to solve the problem of Yang Ming peeing everywhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to stand here like this. Yang Ming, can you tell me what happened first? Xie Yongxiang already had doubts about the old man's identity, so he decided to listen to Yang Ming's opinion. Teacher Xie, when did I pee everywhere? Why don't you ask him where I peed and peed? Yang Ming said helplessly. You were in the corner. If you don't believe me, let's go and take a look, said the old man. Let's go. I think if we don't get to the bottom of it, you won't give up. Yang Ming smiled. Therefore, the old man, Yang Ming, and the instructor Xie Yongxiang walked together to the bottom of the wall. When they came to the bottom of the wall, the old man pointed at a place and said, This is here. What happened here? Xie Yongxiang looked at the dry ground and asked in confusion. The old man was also stunned. He looked at the ground, and there was no trace of water. He couldn't help but wonder. Impossible. Could it be that it has already dried? Dried? Yang Ming sneered. Do you think it's summer? Look carefully. Where are the traces of urine and feces? This. The old man was at a loss. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? At this time, the surrounding students also came over. When they saw that there were no traces of urine and feces on the ground, they began to sigh. Many of the students who were caught by the old man also began to take the opportunity to make a fuss. This old man is a liar. Teacher, you have to take him and hand him over to the school. That's right. Let's see if there is any black screen. How can there be such a thing? Fine casually? Who gave him the right? Another student shouted. That's right. Who does he think he is? The school didn't set up a relevant system. He find himself? Another student shouted. Everyone stop arguing. I am a class monitor of Yang Ming's class. I think this is the right thing to do. Sun Jiwei saw that the voices were now on Yang Ming's side. He was a little anxious and jumped out and said, If there is something wrong, then there is something wrong. Besides, if you don't make a wretched action that is misunderstood, then you can't let this old man misunderstand. That's right. The old man saw that someone was exonerating him. He was immediately happy and echoed. Fuck, who is this idiot? The students on the side were immediately unwilling. Class monitor? He's the class monitor? I think he ran out of mental hospital, right? Motherfucker, everyone beat him up. Someone suddenly threw a snowball at Sun Jiwei's face. Immediately after, countless snowballs were thrown at Sun Jiwei. Students are actually the most simple and most united. They are also the most impulsive. When someone threatened their collective interests, they would erupt and attack them as a group. For example, the current Sun Jiwei has become a public enemy in the eyes of the surrounding students. He actually helped the old man to exonerate? He helped the old man to reprimand his classmates? Is he still the class monitor? Beat him to death. If the class monitor doesn't speak for us, then what is the use of him? From the beginning, Wang Jitao felt that something was wrong. Now that he saw that Sun Jiwei still dared to jump out, he was even more disappointed. Am I cooperating with such an idiot? If this continues, this kid will ruin my business sooner or later. Ugh, this Sun Jiwei is too stubborn. Wang Jitao said helplessly to Zhou Jijia. I said that it must not be Yang Ming's fault. Zhou Jijia's face showed a smile. Wang Jitao's hand trembled. Motherfucker, I must get Zhou Jijia. I can't lose to Yang Ming again. Yang Ming, go to hell for me. This time, the old man had nothing to say. He just stood there in a daze. Sun Jiwei had long been pulled aside by Xie Yongqiang. What's wrong with you? Why are you interfering? Sun Jiwei was still quite afraid of Xie Yongqiang. After all, this was his own instructor. If he told his own family about it, he would not have a good time. You are the class monitor. How can you be so reckless? Where did all the lessons that you usually learn go? You have to be realistic. You can't just listen to rumors. Xie Yongqiang said angrily. How about this? You go back and write a 10,000-word reflection for me. Yes. Sun Jiwei didn't dare to say anything. He left with his tail between his legs. Yang Ming's matter was also clarified. Everyone also dispersed. As for the old man, it had to be mentioned. This matter was reported by Xie Yongqiang to the school. After the school investigated, they found that the old man was the father of an employee of the security department. He had been using the name of the security department to impose fines for a long time. The security department also cared about their reputation and didn't drive him away. So, many people were punished. The old man was also expelled from the school. Fortunately, this guy was too old, so the school didn't send him to the police station. Chapter 492. Sun Jiwei was very depressed. Why is it that every time I try to sabotage Yang Ming, instead, I get into trouble every time? Last time I was caught by my sister. This time, I was reprimanded by the tutor. Sun Jiwei searched on the internet for a long time. It was not easy to paste a magnificent work, a self-reflection letter. After calculating the number of words, it was about 10,000 words. Then he saved and printed it. After printing it, Sun Jiwei was preparing to bind it. A confidant in the dormitory came back and saw Sun Jiwei printing something, so he curiously took a look. I acted like a hooligan today. The confidant turned a few pages and read it casually. Brother Sun, you acted like a hooligan? What? Sun Jiwei was stunned. He quickly took it and looked at it. He found out that he didn't pay attention when he copied it, so he mixed in someone else's words. Sun Jiwei was shocked. Fortunately, it was seen by his confidant. Otherwise, if it was handed over to Xie Yongqiang, he would be scolded badly. Sun Jiwei quickly threw away the printed self-reflection letter and revised it again. Yang Ming returned to the dormitory. Tian Donghua was chatting in front of the computer in the hall. A new computer? Yang Ming glanced at it and asked. I went with Wang Shui yesterday. I got two. How is it? A quad-core CPU. Is it cool? Tian Donghua said while typing. What's the difference between chatting with a quad-core CPU and a single-core CPU? Yang Ming glanced at Tian Donghua's computer desktop. Except for a QQ program icon, it was empty. I guess this guy bought the computer for chatting. Ugh, is it? Tian Donghua scratched his head and said, I don't know. Wang Shui said that Zhou Jijia wrote the configuration for her. We follow this. Wang Shui is a computer science student. It should be useful. I just followed along and matched the same. Up to you, but this is a 22-inch LCD screen. You just open a chat window. Don't you feel tired looking at it? Yang Ming wondered. Wang Shui. Yang Ming glanced at the computer screen and asked. Tian Donghua nodded. You two are progressing really fast. Yang Ming glanced at the QQ chat box on the computer screen, which was filled with terms like husband and wife. Not long after, Zhangbin also came back. As soon as he entered and saw Yang Ming, he shouted, Damn, the awesome guy who pees everywhere is back. Urinate and defecate everywhere? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You know about it too? Isn't the news spreading too fast? Not only me, even Chen Mingyan knows. Zhangbin said. No way. Yang Ming's eyes widened. It's all that idiot Sun Jiwei's fault. Yes, but everyone knows that it was a big mistake and is condemning that old man. Zhangbin smiled and said, By the way, my dad said that the preparations for the opening of the company are almost done. He asked when you were free. Let's go over together and discuss some things. Let's wait until after the final exam. There are only a few days left. Yang Ming glanced at the calendar and said, That's fine too. Zhangbin nodded. Before Zhangbin finished speaking, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was really Chen Mingyan. Hello, Mingyan. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, are you okay? Chen Mingyan's voice sounded a little worried. I'm fine. It's just that the class monitor of our class is annoying. He publicized it so much that everyone knows about it. Yang Ming smiled. It's good that you're fine. But why are you always against the class monitor? Previously, it was Wang Jitao, and now it's like this. Chen Mingyan asked doubtfully. I say, Yang Ming, are you doing this because of a girl this time? How could it be? Yang Ming didn't lie this time. Although Sun Jiwei was partly because of Wang Jitao, the main reason was still because of the other conflict between Sun Jiwei and himself. Oomph. Chen Mingyan sneered twice. She seemed to have lost a little confidence in Yang Ming. Mingyan, have you eaten lunch? Yang Ming asked. Look at the time. Of course I have eaten. You come and go without a trace. Zhao Sisi and Zhangbin are a couple. Chen Mingyan complained. It's all my fault. Why don't I treat you to dinner tonight? Let's go out and eat. Yang Ming said with some shame. Lin Jiyun, Sun Jia. I have neglected my real girlfriend, Chen Mingyan. Well, it just so happens that I have something to tell you. Chen Mingyan said, I have a Western economics class in the evening. The class won't end until 5:30. Wait for me. Okay, what's the matter? Can't you say it over the phone? Yang Ming heard that Chen Mingyan had something to tell him, so he couldn't help but ask first. It's like this. Several universities in our province have organized a winter camp. Now the registration is open. Do you want to join? Chen Mingyan said. Winter camp? When is it? Yang Ming had long heard that university life was more colorful and there were more extracurricular group activities. Now, after listening to Chen Mingyan, he suddenly became interested. The major universities in our province generally have their final exams in these few days. The winter camp is on the 10th of this month. Chen Mingyan said, There is a notice posted at the entrance of the main building of the university. It is jointly organized by the student unions of several universities. Oh, okay. I will take a look at it in a while. Let's discuss it again at night. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Needless to say, since Chen Mingyan asked this, she definitely wanted to participate in this winter camp. Otherwise, she wouldn't ask for his opinion. In the afternoon, Yang Ming's class didn't have classes. Today was the last day before the final exam. Except for a few specific departments, many departments were on holiday. He didn't sleep well last night. Yang Ming planned to sleep well and then go out with Chen Mingyan at night. It would be best to have a candlelight dinner or something like that. Yang Ming took off his shoes and fell on the bed in the dormitory. Before he fell asleep, the phone in the living room rang. Yang Ming didn't care. Anyway, Tian Donghua was surfing the internet. But it didn't take long for Tian Donghua's loud voice to come. Yang Ming, the administrator downstairs, called. Someone downstairs is looking for you. What? Looking for me? After Yang Ming heard it, he had to get up from the bed again. He came to the living room helplessly. Who is looking for me? How would I know? Tian Donghua shook his head. The administrator didn't say. He just asked me to inform you to go down quickly. Damn. Yang Ming reluctantly put on his coat. Who was looking for me? They didn't come up directly, but they asked me to go down. It is probably a girl. If it was a boy, he would come up directly. Tian Donghua said. A girl? Yang Ming frowned. It definitely couldn't be Chen Mingyan. Besides Zhao Ying and Zhou Jiajia, who could kind of find him? Who could it be? Yang Ming went downstairs and looked downstairs with his special ability. At first glance, he couldn't help but curse, damn. It was actually the two young men in sunglasses I met in the morning. Are they fucking done yet? They can even find out my dormitory. It's really hard for these two guys. Seeing that it was the two of them, Yang Ming didn't want to go down because Yang Ming felt that he had nothing to say to them. They weren't the people behind the scenes in the end. Yang Ming didn't want to waste time with them. However, soon, Yang Ming changed his mind because he had seen what the two of them were talking about. You say, why is this Yang Ming so arrogant that he can bother the boss to see him personally? Said the man in sunglasses. Who knows? It seems that the boss seems to value this person. I don't know what's the matter, said the man in sunglasses. This guy is really slow. He hasn't come down yet after so long. Do you want to call again to urge him? Said the man in sunglasses impatiently. I think it's fine. After the man in sunglasses finished speaking, he said to the dormitory's administrator, you should urge that Yang Ming again. Why is he so slow? Why are you urging him? The administrator glared at the man in sunglasses and said, you guys go out and wait. After that, he ignored these two people, making the two men in sunglasses very embarrassed. When Yang Ming saw this, he smiled slightly and deliberately slowed down to let them wait for a while. Finally, Yang Ming came downstairs and appeared in front of the two men in sunglasses. Your boss is here? Where is he? Yang Ming asked directly, and the two men in sunglasses were suddenly at a loss. They thought that Yang Ming would be surprised to see them, but they didn't expect Yang Ming to directly say their purpose. How do you know that our boss is here? Asked the man in sunglasses. If he didn't come, I'm afraid that the two of you would have come in vain. Yang Ming said faintly. You? The temper of the man in sunglasses was obviously not very good. He wanted to lose his temper. Okay. The man in sunglasses stopped him. Mr. Yang, our boss is in the car outside the campus. Come with us. Chapter 493. In a car outside the school? Are you trying to put on airs with me? Yang Ming pretended to look casually in the direction of the school gate. Huh. Yang Ming was amused. Sure enough, I was right. This is really putting on airs with me. In the morning, he drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and in the afternoon, he turned into an RV of an unknown brand. Yang Ming didn't know much about this kind of luxury car. He usually watched the news of the car home. What he knew were some popular sports cars and some more popular luxury cars. As for these rare cars in the country, Yang Ming couldn't recognize them. However, even if he didn't recognize them, Yang Ming could see from the appearance of the car and the exquisite paint that this car was definitely not cheap. Mr. Yang, our boss has come personally. I hope you can give us face and don't make it difficult for us. Sunglasses man number one hesitated and said in a very polite tone. He was really afraid that Yang Ming would turn around and leave this time. Then, he wouldn't be able to report to his boss. Let's go. Yang Ming had already seen their so-called boss at this time. However, Yang Ming didn't recognize him. Yang Ming was sure that he had never seen this person before. It was a woman who was about 30 to 40 years old. Because the woman took good care of herself, Yang Ming couldn't determine her real age. It could be said that she was in her early 30s or early 40s. The woman's clothes were very luxurious and solemn. At this moment, she was closing her eyes in the car, but there was an indescribable aura around her. However, this woman looked a bit familiar. However, it was only familiar. Yang Ming was sure that he didn't know her. Since it was a woman, Yang Ming couldn't be too stingy. He had to show his gentlemanly demeanor. Although Yang Ming didn't know what this woman wanted to do with him, the two sunglasses men were very careful. One led the way for Yang Ming, and the other stayed behind. They were afraid that Yang Ming would leave. Yang Ming laughed in his heart. It must be that these two people did not do a good job in the morning and were reprimanded by this woman. Now, they were afraid that they would mess up again. When they arrived at the campus gate, the man in sunglasses leading the way opened the door of the RV and said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, get in the car." Yang Ming nodded and got into the car without hesitation. He had already seen the situation in the RV beforehand, so Yang Ming was not afraid that these two people would plot against him. In that case, Yang Ming would take the woman in the car hostage in 0.01 seconds. At this time, the lady in the car also opened her eyes. Seeing Yang Ming get in the car, she just nodded to him and said, "Sit." Yang Ming was not reserved and sat directly opposite the lady. The facilities in the RV were very luxurious. The sofa was made of real leather, and it was very comfortable to lean on. This car was good. Yang Ming did not bother with the lady. Instead, he looked at the interior of the RV. In the future, I can also buy one, or encourage Sun Jie to buy one, so that the two of us can be inside. Hee. What are you laughing at? The lady saw that Yang Ming did not speak, but his mouth showed a treacherous smile as soon as he got in the car. She found it strange. "Nothing. This car is good." Yang Ming shrugged and said, "Is it?" The lady asked, "You don't know how to avoid taboo. You're so boastful when you talk." "Avoid taboo? Why should I avoid taboo?" Yang Ming was stunned. "What is boastful? In a word, you are with my daughter because of my family's money, right?" The lady said sarcastically. "Your daughter? Your family's money?" Yang Ming looked at the lady and widened his eyes. "Who is your daughter?" "The only women who are related to me are Chun Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, Lan Ling, and Xiao Qing. I have already met Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun's parents. I have also met Lan Ling's grandmother. Then there is Xiao Qing. Chu Huifang is my godmother. How can I not know her? Aside from these, whose mother is this woman in front of me?" Yang Ming's head was full of question marks, and he couldn't figure it out. Could it be Suya's mother is looking for me? It's not possible. Yang Ming shook his head and looked at the lady in front of him. "Which one? What do you mean? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it?" The lady sneered. "I say, this Ani, are you looking for the wrong person?" Yang Ming was confused. "Yes, I am looking for you. Are you Yang Ming? Songjiang Industry University's Computer Science Department student of Level 08 Class 2. The lady directly said Yang Ming's identity. "Father is a workshop worker in the Songjiang bus factory. Mother is unemployed. You investigated me?" Yang Ming frowned. No matter whose mother this person was, her approach made Yang Ming feel disgusted. "If I didn't investigate you, how would I know the purpose of you being with my daughter?" said the lady. Yang Ming was speechless. He was dumbfounded as he looked at the woman in front of him. "Are you done? If you are done, I will get off the car. First, I don't know you. My girlfriend's mother doesn't look like you. Second, you investigated me, which made me very unhappy. Your temper is quite bad. Don't think that I don't know that you call my daughter." The lady said coldly. "I called your daughter? Who is your daughter?" Yang Ming said impatiently. "If you want to talk to me, say it clearly. Don't be vague." "You still want to pretend?" The lady snorted. "You and my daughter sit together in class every day. Don't think that I don't know. Sit together?" Yang Ming was stunned, and then he said in surprise, Jia, your daughter? Humph, you finally remembered? It seems that you have quite a lot of girlfriends." The lady looked at Yang Ming contemptuously. "I didn't expect you to make a living in this industry." "I thought who it was." Yang Ming sneered and frowned. "Are you talking about Jia? Hee. Then you can rest assured. I have nothing to do with her. It's useless for you to deny it. I have investigated the matter very clearly." The lady looked at Yang Ming's action and said with disgust, "Today, I want you to explain it clearly to me. I think my words have been very clear. I have nothing to do with Jia. Yang Ming finished faintly and was about to stand up. "What is this?" Listening to this woman's words, "I am interested in her family's money? Moreover, it seems that she means that I am relying on women to live off women. 100,000. You take the money and leave." When the woman saw that Yang Ming was about to leave, She was a little anxious and directly said her price. 100,000? Yang Ming snorted. This self-righteous woman is really stupid. I have nothing to do with her daughter, and she took out 100,000 yuan just like that? What a sucker. But even if she was a sucker, Yang Ming didn't intend to take her money. There was no other reason. Yang Ming wasn't short of money, and this money wasn't worth it. Once he took her money, it would be like he really did something. I will give you 100,000 yuan to let you do something imaginary. Are you willing? Yang Ming snorted and replied. Your tone is not small. It seems that you have cheated a lot in the past few years. The noblewoman was a little surprised. Listening to Yang Ming's tone, it seemed that 100,000 yuan was nothing to him. Does this have anything to do with you? Yang Ming was too lazy to refute. This woman is unreasonable. In fact, Zhou Zhejia's mother wasn't an impulsive person. She felt that 100,000 yuan was too high. The reason why she said her bottom price was because the matter was related to her daughter, so she was a little anxious. However, it seemed that her price wasn't very high. This Yang Ming in front of her didn't care about this 100,000 yuan at all. Don't go too far. The noblewoman restored her usual calmness. 100,000 yuan is my bottom line. Don't expect to get more money. Zhou Zhejia doesn't even have this much money. What does it have to do with me, whether she has money or not? Yang Ming smiled and said, How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? I have nothing to do with Zhou Zhejia. Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Be careful that you don't even have 100,000 yuan. The noblewoman threatened. 100,000 yuan? Keep it for your daughter as a dowry. Yang Ming said faintly, I am not interested in her. Moreover, I don't want to see you again. I hope you have some self-awareness and don't bother me. Yang Ming, don't regret it. Don't even think about the matter between you and Zhou Zhejia in the future. The noblewoman said, Now the money is in front of you. If you don't take it, you won't have it in the future. It doesn't matter. 100,000 yuan? Is it a lot? Yang Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps, before he became a rich man, he might be tempted. Now, there was no special feeling at all. Yang Ming stood up and deliberately shook his shoulders. He said to himself, wasting time. After that, he knocked on the door and said, Open the door. I'm getting off. The sunglasses man looked at the noblewoman and didn't know if he should open the door for Yang Ming. Chapter 494. Don't regret it if you don't open the door. Yang Ming sneered. I don't know if this door can be kicked open. Open it for him, the lady said with a sullen face. Hee, don't worry, Zhou Zhejia. I didn't like her very much. You are more annoying than her, Yang Ming said viciously. Originally, Yang Ming didn't hate Zhou Zhejia so much. With their current relationship, it wasn't bad to be friends. But now, Zhou Zhejia's mother inexplicably appeared and slandered Yang Ming for having an affair with her daughter. This made Yang Ming very upset. Who am I? A rag picker? Why would I want a bad girl like Zhou Zhejia who ruined my life? Even if I wanted her, Suyao wouldn't be willing. Therefore, Yang Ming decided that after he went back, he would draw a clear line with this bad girl. Yang Ming didn't intend to be wronged again. This kind of feeling was really too strange. If I really had something with Zhou Zhejia, Yang Ming would accept it. Then, she would be my mother-in-law. Whether she scolded me or despised me, I couldn't say anything. But what is this now? Yang Ming was depressed for a while. Yang Ming was depressed. Zhou Zhejia's mother was also very depressed. What does this kid mean? Why is he so rude? Could it be that he doesn't want to climb up the social ladder? But anyway, Mother Zhou felt that she still had to find a husband for her daughter as soon as possible. Otherwise, this kid still has a chance. Wang Jitao saw the way Zhou Zhejia looked at Yang Ming today. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. After returning to the dormitory, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable it felt. This Yang Ming, what is so good about him? Why am I always the one who gets hurt? However, Wang Jitao couldn't do anything. He really couldn't find any way to retaliate against Yang Ming. Moreover, Wang Jitao had recently warned Wang Jitao to be low-key. He didn't even allow him to drive the Honda Accord out. He said that the higher-ups were investigating closely. Huang Yukai was asked by the police to understand the situation. Why were they looking for Huang Yukai? In fact, the police paid attention to Huang Yotsai's accident. In fact, the accident had nothing to do with the smuggled car, so Huang Yukai didn't reveal any flaws. He was able to fool the police with a few words. As for other things, he didn't know anything at all. However, if Huang Yukai didn't say anything, Su Daji couldn't guarantee it. Because Huang Yukai had just been taken away by the police, Su Daji called Wang Shifan. He was so flustered that he was afraid that the police would find him. He also tried to persuade Wang Shifan to surrender. Wang Shifan was so angry. "I'm not even panicking." "Why are you panicking?" However, after all, he was his brother-in-law. Wang Shifan couldn't say anything. However, Wang Shifan didn't say anything. Huang Yukai was a little worried. "President Wang, Su Daji's mouth is too unreliable." Huang Yukai just came out of the police station and began to plot with Wang Shifan. "Why do you say that?" Wang Shifan was also a little guilty. "I'm fine. What kind of situation haven't I, Huang Yukai, seen before? After going in, I will say what should be said. I won't say anything that shouldn't be said. But Su Daji can't guarantee it." Huang Yukai said, "If he goes in, who knows if he can spit out everything about us through coercion and bribery. Damn, I'm really a little worried when you say this. If I knew, I wouldn't let this kid know so many things." Wang Shifan said, "What do we do now? What do we do?" It's actually very simple." Huang Yukai smiled. "Let him run away?" Wang Shifan hesitated and said, "It's hard to say to my wife. Besides, the police are investigating so strictly now. Can he run away?" "President Wang, sometimes you are too soft-hearted." Huang Yukai shook his head. "What kind of situation is it now? Do you still need to consider others? We are now committing a big crime of smuggling. If we are caught, we will lose our heads." "Then should I talk to him?" Wang Shifan thought about it and said, "Why don't we go to Su Daji's place and persuade him to run away?" "Okay, let's go. Give him some money from the finance department." Huang Yukai reminded. "Yes, you go and do it. Withdraw 100,000 yuan from the finance department." Wang Shifan said, "Okay, President Wang, I will do it now." Huang Yukai replied, but he sneered in his heart. "This money, I'm afraid I will get it back the same way I took it." Su Daji, you don't have the blessing to enjoy it anymore." Out of Wang Shifan's office, Huang Yukai controlled the automatic wheelchair and went to the finance department. Wang Shifan had already made a phone call, so Huang Yukai went directly and got 100,000 yuan. After getting the money, Huang Yukai called Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan had already gone downstairs first. The less people knew about this, the better, so Wang Shifan drove himself and didn't bring a driver. In the elevator, Huang Yukai called Su Daji. People are in the underworld. Sometimes they have to be ruthless. President Wang's heart is still not black enough. "Hello, Su Daji. I am Huang Yukai." Huang Yukai picked up the phone seriously. "Oh, Brother Yukai, how are you? I heard that you were just released from the police station." Su Daji asked nervously. "And I am out," Huang Yukai said in a low tone. "The situation isn't very good. The police have already understood part of the situation. Then can we both be fine?" Su Daji was most concerned about himself, but he couldn't ask directly, so he asked if he and Huang Yukai were fine. If Huang Yukai was fine, then he definitely wouldn't be in any trouble. It's not very optimistic. Those cars were sold from your hands. Probably, when something really happens, President Wang will push the blame to you. Huang Yukai said seriously, "So you have to be careful." No way. He's my brother-in-law. He won't harm me, right?" Su Daji asked. Brother-in-law?" Huang Yukai sneered. "This is an imminent disaster. If he doesn't push the blame to you, he will lose his own head. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When a disaster arrives, they will fly separately. Haven't you heard of this before?" Su Daji was originally timid. After listening to Huang Yukai, he was immediately scared. "Brother Yukai, what should I do? I'm scared. Doesn't that mean I'm dead meat?" "AI, Not to mention you. I can't even protect myself. Throw away the rook to save the king. This is the truth that has never changed. I pity both of us, Huang Yukai said with some sadness. Then, that means there is no hope? Su Daji was anxious. His voice had a sobbing tone. This is not to say that there is no hope. There is a way, but I can't tell you now. Huang Yukai hesitated. Brother Yukai. Brother, if you have a good idea, you have to tell your brother. You can't just watch me die. Su Daji said quickly. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. Brother Yukai, you can't just ignore me. It's not that I don't care about you, but your relationship with President Wang, brother-in-law, TSK, I don't dare to say. Huang Yukai continued to whet Su Daji's appetite. Motherfucker, you're gonna push me out. What brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, his motherfucking dog shit. Su Daji cursed anxiously. It depends on whether you dare to put righteousness before family. Huang Yukai hesitated for a long time and said this sentence. Put righteousness before family? What do you mean? Su Daji's IQ still didn't respond. Both of us will go to the police station to surrender, said Huang Yukai. Surrender? Is that okay? Isn't that courting death? Su Daji was stunned. What courting death? What crime are we guilty of? We are just running errands, not the behind-the-scenes mastermind. If we surrender, we are just accomplices. If we talk about President Wang's matter, it is called redeeming ourselves. Then, when we go to court, we will act as witnesses. Then, we will definitely be given a lighter sentence. Huang Yukai continued to instigate. At that time, we may be given a suspended sentence or something. Really? Su Daji was surprised after listening. You said that not only will we not die, but we may also be given a suspended sentence? Nonsense, we didn't do the smuggling. Why will we be sentenced to death? Huang Yukai said with a glare. You are right. This is a good idea. Su Daji was happy. Then, let's surrender. You listen to me now. When I called you, I use an encrypted channel. Your cell phone isn't high-end. It doesn't have this function. Huang Yukai said, you must not make any more calls. President Wang has already monitored your phone and yours. Do you know that? I know. I won't call. Su Daji said quickly. President Wang is a ruthless person. You know it. Huang Yukai said, if you let him know that you have this idea, then you are finished. Chapter 495. Understand, Brother Yukai. No matter how stupid I am, I don't dare to joke with my life. Su Daji nodded. You tell me. What should I do? You go downstairs now and wait for me at the entrance of the police station near your home. I will go now. Let's turn ourselves in together, said Huang Yukai. Okay, I will go now, said Su Daji. Okay, see you later, said Huang Yukai. Hanging up the phone, Huang Yukai smiled. Downstairs, they came to the underground parking lot under the group. Wang Shifan had already driven out a very broken Audi 100 sedan. This car was probably scrapped. The sound of the engine wasn't good. Get in the car. Wang Shifan jumped out from the driver's seat, then opened the door of the front passenger seat and helped Huang Yukai in. Huang Yukai quickly said, Thank you, President Wang. Sorry to trouble you to help me. What are you talking about? This is also a work injury, said Wang Shifan indifferently. This car was covered with a fake foreign license plate, so he wasn't afraid of being noticed by others. The car went to Su Daji's hiding place. On the way, Wang Shifan suddenly received a phone call. Hello, what's the matter? Wang Shifan glanced at the incoming number and quickly picked up the phone. President Wang, Brother Su went downstairs. The person who called was the person Wang Shifan sent to secretly monitor Su Daji. Of course, Su Daji hadn't done anything yet, so he still called Su Daji as Brother Su. After all, this person was President Wang's brother-in-law. Went downstairs? What's he going downstairs for? Didn't we buy enough daily necessities and food for him for a week? Wang Shifan frowned. I don't know. What should I do now? Asked the underling on the phone. You follow him first, see what he's going to do. Keep in touch at all times, said Wang Shifan. Hanging up the phone, Wang Shifan said to Huang Yukai, Su Daji went downstairs. I don't know what this guy is going to do. Went downstairs. Huang Yukai pretended to be surprised. No way. Didn't we prepare daily necessities and enough food for him? Besides, there is everything there. Cable TV and a computer are given to him. He doesn't lack anything to play with, right? That's what I'm talking about. So, I have people keep an eye on him. Wang Shifan said with some doubts. President Wang, is this guy going to turn himself in or something? Huang Yukai suddenly turned his face and said seriously, Surrender? It shouldn't be. If he surrenders himself, it won't be a small matter. Wang Shifan was stunned. He isn't that mentally ill, right? It's hard to say. I don't think this guy is a tough nut to crack. Huang Yukai said, Moreover, his matter is much smaller than ours. If something happens to us, we will definitely lose our heads. That guy shouldn't be sentenced too heavily. Motherfucker, when you say this, I'm really a little worried. Wang Shifan said worriedly. This guy can't really turn himself in, right? It's hard to say. Huang Yukai shook his head solemnly. President Wang, let's hurry up. Don't let anything bad happen. And Wang Shifan said as he changed gears again and accelerated to the hiding place of Su Daji. When he was about to reach Su Daji's downstairs, the phone rang again. Wang Shifan picked up the phone. Hello. Wang Shifan just said the word hello and was interrupted by the other party. Not good, President Wang. It was the call from the underling who was responsible for guarding Su Daji. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Wang Shifan's heart suddenly had a bad premonition, but he still said calmly, What the hell is going on? Speak slowly. Su Daji is walking in the direction of the police station. The underling exclaimed. What did you say? Wang Shifan was shocked. Are you sure? He is wandering in front of the police station. The underling said in a hurry. Motherfucker. Wang Shifan slammed the steering wheel and looked at Huang Yukai. This kid is really going to turn himself in. President Wang. Huang Yukai suddenly said. You can't hesitate anymore. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. If this drags on, you and I will be finished. Then what do you think we should do? Wang Shifan was shocked. I actually had the intention to kill. He didn't dare to think about it. He quickly asked Huang Youcai's idea. President Wang, you can't be indecisive now. Huang Yukai said, This guy Su Daji is a ticking time bomb. If we don't eliminate the root of the problem, it will be a big trouble sooner or later. Wang Shifan was shocked. What do you mean? Yes. Huang Yukai made a gesture on his neck. Now there is no choice. Either he dies or we are finished. But is there no other way? Wang Shifan was moved. He had just had the intention to kill. Now, he was instigated by Huang Yukai. He was more determined to get rid of Su Daji. Only the dead can't talk. Huang Yukai said faintly. Wang Shifan was silent. President Wang, there is no time. You think about it. If you have an accident, what should Wang Jitao do? He is still in school. Huang Yukai saw that Wang Shifan was hesitating. He had to mention Wang Jitao. Okay. When Wang Shifan heard the name of Wang Jitao, he finally nodded and said, Kill him. After that, Wang Shifan picked up the phone and dialed the phone number of his underling. You make Su Daji unconscious and then find a hidden place to wait for me. Understood, President Wang. The underling was a member of the Wang family's secret force, the Wang family's special forces. His master was the kind of people like Hun Tianba and Fei Tianqi, so it was easy to make Su Daji unconscious. AI. Wang Shifan sighed. After all, the person who was going to kill was his own brother-in-law. Wang Shifan's heart was still somewhat uncomfortable. If it were someone else, Wang Shifan wouldn't have such a sense of guilt. President Wang, we have to focus on the overall situation. For Wang Jitao, Huang Yukai kept fanning the flames. I understand. Wang Shifan nodded and started the car. He came to the agreed place with the underling. He quickly put the fainted Su Daji in the backseat of the car. After explaining a few words to the underling, he quickly drove away from here. West Star Mountain, an abandoned construction site. President Wang, why are you still hesitating at this time? Just stab him to death. Huang Yukai sat in a folding wheelchair and looked at Su Daji on the ground. Or after he wakes up, I will ask him what he was going to do at the police station. Wang Shifan said with some reluctance. President Wang, do you still need to ask? Of course. He is going to the police station to surrender himself. Otherwise, why would he go to the police station? Huang Yukai certainly didn't want Su Daji to wake up. No, I have to ask him. After all, he is my brother-in-law. I can't be so hasty. Wang Shifan finally shook his head and said, Well, I will wake him up. Huang Yukai hesitated and then leaned over. He held a dagger in his right hand and patted Su Daji's face with his left hand. Daji, wake up. How did you fall asleep? Hurry up and wake up. Oh, Su Daji was touched by Huang Yukai. He woke up in a daze. He looked up and saw Huang Yukai. Then he said, How did I fall asleep? Aren't I going to surrender myself? Surrender yourself. You want to surrender yourself? After listening to Su Daji's words, Wang Shifan immediately jumped up. Wang, President Wang, why are you here? Su Daji suddenly heard Wang Shifan's voice and was immediately shocked. Brother Yukai, what is going on? You? Huang Yukai was shocked. He waved his right hand and stabbed Su Daji's chest. He shouted, President Wang treated you well. He even gave you 100,000 yuan. You actually did this to him. Then I'm sorry. You? Huang Yukai. Su Daji widened his eyes and looked at Huang Yukai in shock and anger. Shwa shwa shwa. After 3 stabs, Su Daji finally died with his eyes wide open. President Wang, you can't do it. I will be the bad guy. Huang Yukai pretended to be righteous and said, I didn't expect Su Daji to be such a person. AI, forget it. You did the right thing. I really can't do it. Wang Shifan shook his head. Let's quickly clean up the scene and then leave here. President Wang, my legs are not good. I can only hand over the work of digging the hole to you. Huang Yukai said apologetically. What are you talking about? Yukai, you are a trustworthy person. From today onwards, we will advance and retreat together. If there is a day when something really happens to me, take care of Jitao for me. Wang Shifan said with emotion. Chapter 496. President Wang, what are you talking about? If something really happens, Huang Yukai, will definitely cover for you first. Huang Yukai listened to Wang Shifan's words and immediately got a little excited. Although Huang Yukai liked to play dirty, he also knew that Wang Shifan was kind to him. Wang Shifan didn't treat him like an outsider. Wang Shifan gave him a lot of the money he earned from smuggling in the past few years. Moreover, Huang Yukai was also a person above everyone else in the company. So no matter what Huang Yukai did, his starting point was still for Wang Shifan's good. You can't do it. Wang Shifan shook his head. When that day comes, they will definitely look for me. No one will believe that you, a secretary, can do so many things. So, Yukai, you listen well. If there is a day when something happens to me, I will take all the blame and leave you clean. You don't have to admit anything and insist that it has nothing to do with you. President Wang, how can this be? If something happens, we will advance and retreat together. Huang Yukai said quickly. Yukai, you listen to me first. Wang Shifan waved his hand and stopped Huang Yukai from continuing. Wang Jitao is still a child. He can't have no one to take care of him. If something really happens to me, you'll help me take care of him and raise him up. The Wang's group will be left to him. I understand, President Wang. Huang Yukai nodded solemnly. Wang Shifan dragged Su Daji's body and came to a small foundation that had been half built before. Then, he was going to push Su Daji's body down. Wait, Huang Yukai said quickly. What's wrong? Wang Shifan was stunned. Look at the things on his body. Is there anything that can expose his identity? Huang Yukai said. And you are still thoughtful. Wang Shifan nodded and quickly searched Su Daji's body. Huang Yukai also followed him to search. Sure enough, they found Su Daji's wallet in his pocket with his ID card and several business cards. Wang Shifan threw the wallet to Huang Yukai. Take it back to the company and destroy it. Understood. Huang Yukai nodded cautiously and put away the wallet. He searched Su Daji's body back and forth several times before he nodded to Wang Shifan. Done. Wang Shifan sighed. Then, he pushed Su Daji's body down and covered it with some broken building materials. By the time the corpse was discovered, it would have rotted away by the beginning of spring. However, Huang Yukai, who was so cautious, made a fatal mistake. He neglected some small details. Yang Ming got off from Zhou Zhi's mother's RV and went straight to the school's main teaching building. He wanted to see the notice of the winter camp that Chun Mingyan mentioned. When they arrived near the main teaching building, Yang Ming saw the notice of the winter camp. There were also a few students nearby. It was a rather large poster, and it was quite eye-catching. Yang Ming looked up and saw the title. To enrich the after-school activities of university students, Yang Ming directly skipped over this kind of repetition and found the key points below to continue reading. It turned out that this activity was jointly organized by the student unions of several universities. The students of these universities could sign up for it, but they had to pay for it themselves. However, there was a condition when signing up. They must be students who didn't fail the final exam. This condition blocked a large number of people from entering. Originally, the winter vacation was to celebrate the new year. Many students from other places had already bought tickets to go home. After the final exam, they went back directly by bus. There were also some bookworms who loved to study. They simply disdained to participate in such entertainment activities. Therefore, there weren't many people who could satisfy the requirement of not failing the exam, spending the winter vacation locally, and being interested in these extracurricular activities. Most people who were interested in the winter camp shook their heads helplessly. Many of these people were couples, but they couldn't guarantee that they or their other halves wouldn't fail the exam. Yang Ming smiled after reading it. This is simply tailor-made for me. Me failing the exam? It seems unlikely. Chen Mingyan is a good student, so it's impossible for her to fail the exam. Therefore, the matter of two people participating in the winter camp could be said to be in the bag. After reading the notice, Yang Ming called Zhang Bin. Big Bin, where are you? Fuck, I'm in class. Zhang Bin scolded. Don't you know that your wife is in class? I'm in the same class as her. You still ask me where I am. Is it convenient to talk? Yang Ming sweated. How could he forget this? He was only thinking about Chun Mingyan's class, but he didn't think about Zhang Bin. Isn't it convenient? Aren't you answering the phone? If you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Bin said. There is a notice about the winter camp at the entrance of the school's main teaching building. Did you see it? Asked Yang Ming. I saw it. Why didn't I see it? Zhao Sisi and I want to see it together. Why? Do you want to go? Whispered Zhang Bin. Chen Mingyan just told me, so I came over to take a look. Why don't we go together after the exam? Suggested Yang Ming. I want to go, but I'm afraid that I will fail the exam. Zhang Bin said helplessly. Zhao Sisi and Chen Mingyan will definitely have no problem. You, kid, have started to have good luck since your senior year in high school. Your academic performance is like a rocket. I'm the only one left, then I can't do anything. You find a way yourself. Right, I know a guy named Zhang Weihan. I will ask for you later and see if he can help you. Yang Ming patted his head and suddenly thought of such a person. He specializes in this business. Really? Zhang Bin immediately said happily, That's great. You have to ask for me quickly. Tomorrow is the exam. Okay, I will call you now and ask. Yang Ming nodded and said, Please, if it's done, I will treat you. Zhang Bin said happily, If it's done, you will pay for all the expenses of the winter camp. Yang Ming said with a smile, Fuck, you are richer than me, kid, but this is a different matter. I have no opinion. Zhang Bin laughed and hung up the phone. Yang Ming searched his phone for a long time, but couldn't find Zhang Weihan's number. He probably didn't save his number after he changed his phone. Yang Ming had no choice but to call Lu Weishan. Now that Zhang Weihan was Lu Weishan's student, Lu Weishan must have his contact information. Sure enough, Lu Weishan just asked a few words and gave Zhang Weihan's phone number to Yang Ming. Yang Ming dialed it directly. "Brother Yang, what are you looking for me for?" Zhang Weihan heard the voice of Yang Ming and immediately became very enthusiastic. "Brother Zhang, I'm calling you today because I really have something to trouble you." Yang Ming said, "What trouble? You've helped me so much. It's only right that you ask me for help. If there's anything you need, just say the word. If I can do it, I won't hesitate." Zhang Weihan patted his chest and promised. During this time, Zhang Weihan wanted to thank Yang Ming, but he also knew that Yang Ming's godfather was Lu Weishan. There were really few places where he could use him. Instead, he might need Yang Ming in the future. Therefore, now that he heard that Yang Ming wanted to ask him for help, he was immediately very happy. "Hee, then I won't be polite," Yang Ming said with a smile. "This is the case. My good buddy is in the economics department. He is afraid that he will fail the final exam. So he asked Brother Zhang if you have any connections." "Huh, economics department? I am familiar with it. Those graduate students who mark the papers are my buddies. This is definitely not a problem." Zhang Weihan smiled after listening. "It's a piece of cake. You tell me your student ID. I guarantee that I will pass all of them. Thank you very much, Brother Zhang. I thank you on behalf of my buddy." Yang Ming said, "If you need any favors, just say it." "Little brother Yang, what are you saying? Isn't this a slap to my face? Don't say that I have connections. Even if I don't, I will go and find one for you myself. You don't have to worry about favors." Zhang Weihan pretended to be angry. "Isn't your buddy my buddy? Okay, then I won't argue. My buddy and I will treat you to a meal later." Yang Ming didn't insist anymore. He knew that Zhang Weihan was grateful to him and owed him a favor. He sincerely wanted to help him. Otherwise, his heart wouldn't be at ease. "Okay, I will treat you later." Zhang Weihan nodded. "Text me your student ID later." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Therefore, he returned a call to Zhang Bin to tell him the good news. After he got his student ID, he sent it to Zhang Weihan. This made Zhang Bin very happy. During the class, he kept giggling. If he didn't fail the exam, Zhang Jiafeng would definitely reward him. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.